Madam President and Senators, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As you continue in your debate during these next days, each of you senators will need to determine, where do I need to place priority? And what is required of me and my team so that we can accomplish the projected results? Proverbs 4:25 states, "Let your eyes look straight ahead. Fix your gaze directly before you." Someone has said, the key to success is to focus on goals, not obstacles. When a vision is cast, then the hard work begins on what will it take? In what will it take priority in the scheme of things? How will you keep focus on your priorities so that you will not become distracted? Sometimes persons can be very busy, but you must never allow the good to be the enemy to the best. Always be laser focused on what is needed so that your goals will be accomplished and those persons depending upon you will be recipients of your wise and holistic choices and counsel. As a leader, you should always remember, firstly, you have been appointed to represent the people. Your decisions in debate carries weight and may impact our country and the lives of people for many years to come. Never take this awesome responsibility lightly. Philippians 2:3 states, "Do nothing from selfish ambition or conceit, but in humility count others more significant than yourselves." Secondly, as a leader, you will experience challenges, hurdles, and obstacles, but you must be willing to do what is needed so that the vision is implemented. There will be times when you will be celebrated and times when you will be criticized. Your focus will help you to discern when the accolades are genuine and the evaluation is justified. Ecclesiastes 7:9 states, "Do not be quickly provoked in your spirit, for anger resides in the lap of a fool." Les Brown states, "Our ability to handle life's challenges is a measure of our strength of character." And thirdly and finally, always remember, senators, you are a role model and a mentor to many. There are persons whom you can inspire, and they may seek to follow your path. Even in the heat of battle, never lose focus on who you are, what you are about, and what standards governs your life. Proverbs 4:23 states, "Guard your heart above all else, for it determines the course of your life." Let us pray. Dear Lord, we give you thanks and praise for this day. We thank you for our national leaders who are called to serve and be policymakers. Give them the wisdom, discernment, and fortitude to process the budgets for this upcoming year. Help them, O Lord, to grow more in you and grow closer to their families and all whom they serve. May they operate in unity, and may their efforts be blessed, and may our country be blessed. We pray all these things in the precious name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Please join in the prayer of our Lord. Our Father, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Today is the 24th of June, afternoon session of the Senate. Honorable Senators, when the business of the Senate was suspended last evening, we were at second reading of bills. The Honorable Senator J. Ann Major just completed her contribution to the budget. On the following bill, a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2025 and ending the 30th of June 2026. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam President. Good afternoon, Senate colleagues. Madam President, it is my utmost privilege to unequivocally support my government's historical surplus budget that will focus on expanding opportunities island by island. This budget reflects our vision, our values, and our action plan to build on what we have accomplished thus far. Madam President, we are widening the net of opportunities nationwide by investing directly in Bahamians and ensuring every island is seen. Madam President, before I dive into my contribution, I would like to acknowledge in the gallery some of the staff members at BAIC who has come today to show their support, Madam President. Madam President, I would like to just take a moment to personally recognize the staff at BAIC. These are some very special individuals, Madam President, who have supported me from since I took the reign in September of last year. With us today, Madam President, these are the men and women who are on the front line of our national fight for food security and food sustainability. I wish to acknowledge in the gallery Mr. Troy Sampson, who is the General Manager of BAIC. I'll just ask him to wave and stand so he can be acknowledged. I would also like to recognize Mr. Lester Stewart, the Senior Assistant General Manager of Entrepreneurial Planning and Development, also the Orange Economy Development Department. I would also like to recognize Mrs. Deidre LaRota, who is the Assistant General Manager of Human Resources. Mrs. Margaret Bain, the Executive Assistant to the Executive Chairman, keeps me in line. Mr. Keno Archer, who is the Manager of the Commercial Entities consisting of the Packing House, the Produce Exchange, Animal Feed Mill, the Fish and the Fish and Farm Store. Beg your pardon, Mr. Archer. And also Mr. LeVar Miller, who is the Manager of Corporate Communications. Madam President, these are just not staff members sitting in an office. They are boots on the ground, Madam President. They are supporting our farmers, working with them hand in hand to help them to grow produce, also to help them produce and thrive. They are supporting entrepreneurs, artisans, and small business owners who are building Bahamian-made brands. They are helping to create the conditions for Bahamians to feed themselves, to reduce our import bill, and to build a more resilient nation. They are leading the charge, Madam President, in programs that empower our farmers, uplift our communities and promote sustainable practices that will safeguard our future. Whether it's providing critical training, facilitating access to land, supporting food processing, packaging, or driving innovation across the agricultural and industrial sectors, the BAIC team is playing a direct and vital role in shaping a more stronger and more resilient Bahamas. I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude not just to those present here today, but to the entire BAIC family, Madam President, from Nassau to the Family Islands. Your work is stellar. Your commitment is unwavering. Your contribution is essential to our success. It is truly an honor to lead, Madam President, such an exceptional team, and I say to them, thank you very much for what you are doing for our country. Thank you. Madam President, I would also like to take this time to express my sincere gratitude to the Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Edward Brave Davis, KC, MP, for the confidence he has placed in me, for granting me the opportunity to serve the Bahamian people as a legislator. It is truly an honor and a privilege to be entrusted with this responsibility to help shape the laws, policies, and future of our beloved nation. I do not take this role lightly, and I remain fully committed to carrying out my duties with integrity, purpose, and a deep sense of national pride. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your leadership, for your trust, and for your vision for a better Bahamas. I thank you. Madam President, this budget responds to the needs of everyday Bahamians. It continued reduction in the cost of electricity, expansion of home ownership opportunities, investment in food security and local farming, unprecedented support for small and medium-sized businesses, and real investment in healthcare, education, public health, education, and digital infrastructure. This is just not a numbers exercise. This is a people's budget, Madam President. Madam President, our record is clear. While the PLP government is focused on lifting Bahamians, the other side, the FNM, is still tripping over their failures. They have no vision, Madam President. They have no record to stand on. All they offer is recycled rhetoric or reheated blame games. Let us never forget, hundreds of businesses were shattered without adequate support. Grand Bahama was neglected and abandoned. Madam President, most importantly, the national spirit was broken under the weight of their mismanagement. Now, they are pretending as though the Minnis era never happened. They want to erase Dr. Minnis from the record, but Bahamians remember. They remember very clearly. They want to erase him. I would not have them forget so quickly, Madam President. Bahamians remember that Michael Pintard, Kwesi Thompson, Dwayne Sands, and the little fake Mace all sat around the same cabinet table, including some of my colleagues right on the other side, Darren Henfield, Reuben Rahming. They all sat there, Madam President. They approved the same failed policies. They rubber-stamped the same heartless decisions. They collectively, as I said, they collectively crippled the Bahamian people. And now they want us to believe that they are born again. They want us to believe that they are born again. No, Madam President, the Bahamian people are not fooled. They are not fooled. You cannot simply switch leaders and expect to wash away 4 years of damage. It cannot happen, Madam President. The F&M House is clearly divided. Their leadership is disjointed, their message is confused, and their supporters are demoralized. Michael Pintard is not the answer. Michael Pintard is not the answer. He is not a man of vision. He is a man of performance. He wrote the book Politics, and now he is living it out, clearly living it out. Madam President, his politics manual is not leadership. It's manipulation, Madam President. He called Bahamians chronic complainants. In this book, his book, how can you lead people you do not respect? How can you lead people, Madam President, that you do not respect? How can you uplift people you so easily dismiss? The Bahamian people want solutions. They don't want stunts, Madam President. They are a party clearly in free fall. They are so disorganized. One of their own members left them for a fringe party because even he could not stomach the fakeness anymore. How can Bahamians trust a party that cannot govern itself? How can they, Madam President? Under the leadership of our Prime Minister Davis, Bahamians are working, Madam President. Bahamians are owning their own homes. Bahamians are getting the opportunity to build wealth. Bahamians are seeing investment flow into their communities. Bahamians are paying lower light bills. Bahamians are watching Grand Bahama come alive again. And importantly, this budget continues that work. Brick by brick, family by family, business by business, and island by island, Madam President. Madam President, this New Day government rescued the country from terrible economic, fiscal, health, and educational crises. I know we all wish it never happened, but we cannot forget the chaos and instability the F&M had Bahamians living under. We were under constant worry over what poor decision they would make and take next. The political targeting of PLP ministers and misuse of judicial system, the fake Oban deal, the utter failure in the handling of Hurricane Dorian, the arrest and criminalization of young coconut entrepreneurs, the constant curfews at their whim. One day, COVID came outside at 9 p.m., the next day at 7 p.m., and don't get me started on the idea that they allowed people to go to the food store by their last name only. Madam President, with the F&M government, there was never any rhyme or reason to what they do. They all had collective responsibility and all sat around the table making failed policy decisions. It was all about control, Madam President, but they expect Bahamians to give them a chance. It's the same party, just a few new, uninspiring faces, Madam President. My fellow Bahamians and residents, don't let these jokers sell you their fake outrage. They have no vision, just a thirst for power. Their leadership leaves so much to be desired. They offer no relief to ordinary Bahamians. But this New Day government turned it all around. We did this by making different policy choices that made smart choices. Then we worked to lead an economic recovery that has created the lowest unemployment since 2008. We rescued and recovery was critical to our success. But our goals has always been to go beyond recovery, to build a bigger and a more inclusive economy, Madam President. Let me tell you how this New Day government is expanding opportunities for Bahamians. We have lowered VAT on essential items. We've increased the minimum wage. We've increased salaries for public service employees and launched a service-wide review to ensure better investment and upward mobility for workers. Some 18 million being put directly into the pockets of Bahamians through earned promotions, and that serve our communities. That's more than just 3,500 lives of public servants changed since this New Day government has taken office, Madam President. The New Day government ought to be commended, Madam President. Madam President, this is what commitment looks like, Madam President. This is exactly what it looked like. We've negotiated more than 50 union agreements for the hard-working men and women in labor in this country, putting money directly into their pockets. We've empowered taxi drivers. We've empowered, Madam President, our taxi and livery drivers. We have begun to close the digital divide in schools and throughout our communities with our free Wi-Fi in parks program. Madam President, please protect me in the gallery. At the table. Please protect me at the table.
Senators.
We've modernized government agencies, significantly boosted the ease of doing business, made access to government service more seamless, and created a more efficient and cost-effective ministries. We've revolutionized energy reform, Madam President. We've improved infrastructure across the archipelago, from roads to water systems. Madam President, we know there is a lot more work ahead to build a 21st century economy in which economic gains are more broadly shared, Madam President. But we intend to stay the course and move full steam ahead, building on our progress. We're developing new opportunities with record levels of private and public investment across our archipelago. We're modernizing our electricity grid to bring down prices and to stabilize supply. And we're investing in our nation's roads, docks, airports, because those improvements are necessary to support Bahamian businesses and to build a stronger economy. Most importantly, Madam President, we're investing in the Bahamian people with extensive new opportunities in education, in training, and upskilling, so Bahamians with all kinds of talents and interests can build their own path to security and success. Together, in partnership with the Bahamian people, we're creating real momentum, Madam President, for the country, and our new budget builds on that progress. Our budget reflects our priorities: security, opportunity, affordability, and reform, Madam President. I think it is extremely important to understand the concept, Madam President, because this word has been thrown around, balanced budget, but it's very important to understand the concept of a balanced budget. A balanced budget is simply where expenditure does not exceed revenue. It's simple. It's not complicated. A balanced budget is simply where expenditure does not exceed revenue. And Madam President, at this particular time, I would like to also acknowledge Senator Michael Alcides, the Minister of Economic Affairs, and to say thank you, Mr. Alcides, to you and your team for what you have done in shepherding us through very turbulent times. And you continue to do so. Thank you so much. Based on the budget that was presented, the government is projecting, and that's a very important word, projecting, total income of $3.82 billion and total expenditures of $3.77 billion. And so expenditures do not exceed revenue. Hence, we have a balanced budget. Now, will the government have to closely monitor its revenue and expenditure targets to achieve its goals? Absolutely. Absolutely. While all plans are laid with good intentions, the main difference between a good plan and a great one is execution. Our New Day government is taking on our country's most difficult challenges, and the country is finally moving in the right direction. Our policies strengthen national security and build safer communities. Our policies in new energy era reforms, investment in agriculture, trade diversification, Madam President, pushes against global and local inflationary pressures to help lower prices. Our policies update and modernize key laws and regulations to make government more responsive to the needs of the people. Our policies create more opportunities for ownership and more opportunities for good-paying jobs and for entrepreneurs, and make extensive and significant investment in education, training, and upskilling, so Bahamians have the skills they need to succeed in this modern, fast-changing economy. We are also advocating for Bahamians to be hired and promoted for jobs in the private sector with a revamped skills database and a new enforcement unit. Madam President, I want to take this time to talk about how we are empowering Bahamians at BAIC. Farmers, processors, artisans, and innovators. How we are building sustainable businesses that will bolster our food security support and support our economy and shape our future. We are committed to taking a holistic approach to lowering our food import bill and increasing our domestic output and consumption of what we grow. Since becoming the executive chairman of BAIC in September of 2024, I have ensured that BAIC has more finely attuned its goals towards the development of our economy in tangible and meaningful ways. BAIC is focused on 5 main areas of our economy that all work in tandem to fulfill our mandate to improve food security. Each of these areas contribute to a larger goal of improving self-sufficiency, reducing imports, and building resilient local enterprises. In agriculture, our main goal is providing support for our farmers. Madam President, we are actively seeking new and innovative ways to continue to support our farmers to ensure they are successful. This includes providing tools, equipment, and upskilling through private donations and partnerships. Madam President, we successfully launched the Farmers Commercialization Pilot Program in North Andros and link local farmers directly with major wholesale buyers. We work with wholesalers to identify high-demand crops, including tomatoes, cabbages, cucumbers, onions, and help farmers meet those demands with market-grade produce. The overall sales generated from this project from December 2024 to May 2025 was $312,800, Madam President. Madam President, that is real impact. That is impact. That is money going directly into the pockets of farmers. We are making farming, we are making agriculture sexy again. Madam President, the program proved that with the right market intelligence and coordination, farmers can boost their income while contributing to import reduction. Madam President, we don't plan to stop here. We are expanding our seedling production program to provide Bahamian farmers with high-quality seedlings at subsidized prices through the Gladstone Road Agriculture Center, GRAP, Planned Propagation Unit, Madam President. Our feeder program, our feeder farm road and land clearing program has helped dozens of farmers who do not have all of the capital to start, clear, and clear their farmland and feeder farm roads and enter the market with their produce. And for this, Madam President, we acknowledge our Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Jomo Shaka Campbell. We acknowledge him for his vision. We acknowledge him for the energy and the drive he brings to agriculture to make all of this happen, Madam President. Minister Campbell, we thank you, sir, for all you are doing for agriculture in this country. This is what vision looks like, Madam President. We see the vast potential in our agricultural industry, and we will seek to bridge these efforts with programs that create a network of new opportunities for the industry. We are also going even further with our innovative projects like the National Crop Calendar to help farmers align their planting with national demand, increasing profitability and efficiency. Our Fish and Farm store on Andres to provide easy access to supplies for our agricultural industry. And Madam President, to go further, we intend to put these stores in our major family islands across the length and breadth of this country. The Golden Yolk Project that will see the expansion of domestic egg production. This program has been controversial, but we want to reiterate our commitment to seeing this project to completion. When fully executed, the project is slated to deliver 38 new grow houses across 12 islands. Additionally, we will see an innovative extension of the program taking shape in public schools across the country. In fact, it is already taking shape, Madam President. We are expanding our local food processing. Thank you. We are expanding our local food processing industry through our Food Safety Technology Laboratory Unit and highlighting those businesses through our Taste and Tell market, Madam President. Soon, Bahamians on New Providence, Eleuthera, Cat Island will be able to take advantage of a range of opportunities with new food processing facilities slated on these islands. Again, we thank our minister. We are investing in our orange economy and spotlighting local artisans through our creative industry training sessions and vendor booths, craft markets. We are also sharply focused on our entrepreneurial development in the agricultural section. BAIC provides training and development for entrepreneurs seeking to learn more and fine-tune their skills for successful businesses, Madam President. This runs the gauntlet, Madam President, from real-world advice and insights from top Bahamian minds in businesses to supporting developing business plans. We have a memorandum of understanding signed with the Access Accelerator Small Business Development Center, the SBDC, that allows, Madam President, for seamless transition from business plan development with BAIC to funding opportunities with the SBDC, Madam President. And I would like to take this time to acknowledge Lester Stewart, who is heading up this department and is doing a fine job. Thank you, sir. We have also, Madam President, we also have MOUs with the Bank of the Bahamas to unlock increased financing for farmers and agricultural entrepreneurs and to facilitate government-guaranteed loans to qualified small and medium-sized business enterprises. These kinds of agreements are designed to strengthen collaboration between agencies and close the gap in the processing of building successful businesses, Madam President. At BAIC, we know access to land is a game changer for entrepreneurs. We offer lease-to-own land programs for agriculture, light manufacturing, and touristic development projects like Airbnb rentals. Since this New Day government took office, BAIC has approved over 200 applications for leased land, with more opportunities for Bahamians to come. We continue to eclipse the fewer than 40 approved leases issued by the F&M administration in their nearly 5 years in office. But they claim they were for the people. Our government's effort across agriculture, food production, land facilitation, entrepreneurship, and cultural promotion are designed to empower the Bahamian people and move our nation closer to food security and economic independence. Madam President, that's not all. We are extremely excited about the commission of a national agricultural census in order to ascertain accurate information on land usage, labor, agricultural inputs, farm size in the Bahamian agriculture sector. We believe that once we can determine these important factors about our industry, we can be able to employ even more targeted programs and policies for the overall development of the industry for the benefit of the Bahamian people. Ultimately, Madam President, this New Day government's overarching goal is to make sure everyday Bahamians can support themselves and their families and fully enjoy all of the amazing beauty this country has to offer. When we speak about affordability and the cost of living, I think it is important for us to be able to it is important for us to be comprehensive in analysis. Firstly, the government is concerned about the cost of living. One of the main factors that trigger price increases is inflation, which is a global problem. However, it is important to note that the government has taken several key steps. These include the lowering of VAT rate from 12 to 10% and a further reduction of 5% on food sold in stores have been impactful. This is what progress looks like, Madam President. The announcement of additional measures outlined in the budget, such as VAT reduction on essential items and prescription and non-prescription drugs, will also positively impact the wallets of Bahamians. We see the F&M being critical about these measures, but they lack credibility on this subject. It was the F&M that raised VAT after promising to reduce it. And let's not forget that the leader of the opposition supported the VAT increase when unemployment on the island he represented in Parliament, Grand Bahama, was over 12%, and unemployment among females, the head of many households on Grand Bahama, was more than 6% higher than the national unemployment rate. But look, this administration has taken several steps, including raising the minimum wage. And for the record, the PLP has been the only party to have done so while in office. We've zero-rated the base rate for the first 200 kilowatt hours of monthly residential electricity usage, assisting thousands of Bahamian households throughout the Bahamas in having monthly bills under $200. Yes, this administration has taken real steps. Now, is there more work to be done? Certainly, but we've been proactive, and we understand that our mission is to uplift and support all Bahamians. The unemployment rate is the lowest that it has been since 2008, and I reiterate that because that is an important factor. Visitor arrivals grew to over 11 million visitors in 2004. The crawfish volumes were up 10% to 15%, with many fishermen. Attorney General, I think you would like this one. I think you would like this one. Crawfish volumes were up 10% to 15%, with many fishermen saying that this season was one of the best we've seen. We've seen increased construction activity with a yearly average of over 1,500 new construction permits issued since 2001. In the real estate sector, total property sales rose from 542 in 2023 to 621 in 2024. So yes, there has been measurable economic growth, Madam President. And Madam President, the reason I raised the crawfish numbers was because it directly translates into how the government is protecting our borders through the Sandy Bottom program, Madam President. Yes, there are Bahamians struggling. And yes, we need to ensure that benefits of our growing economy impact all of our islands and communities. And that is why I am glad to see that VAT has been reduced and more employment opportunities are becoming available. Madam President, the Davis administration
Order, Senators.
is acutely aware that statistics alone do not pay bills or ease day-to-day burdens. That is why this budget includes targeted investments in education, healthcare, food security, housing, and youth employment. We are not just growing the economy, we are working to ensure Bahamians feel that growth in their homes, in their communities, and in their paychecks. We know there is more to be done, but this budget shows that we are moving in the right direction with discipline, compassion, and a focus on uplifting everyone. We fully recognize that while our broader economic indicators show meaningful recovery, especially in terms of GDP growth, a rebound in tourism, and strong revenue performance, many Bahamians are still feeling real pressure in their day-to-day lives. Inflation, the cost of living, and underemployment remain persistent challenges that the government is actively working to address. Over the past fiscal year, we've seen important signs of resilience. The government has stabilized public finances, reduced the fiscal deficit, and seen an uptick in investor confidence. Thank you, Senator Michael Alcides and your team. These are foundational achievements that help build the fiscal space needed to invest in social programs, infrastructure, and job creation. We are not blind to the impact that global inflation trends, especially in food and energy, continue to have on Bahamian households. That is why this budget includes targeted measures to support vulnerable families and strengthen food security through domestic agriculture and manufacturing initiatives. The budget also includes increased allocation for training programs, entrepreneurship funding, and incentive for industries like green energy, construction, digital service, maritime resources, which are critical to sustainable job growth. Our focus is not just on jobs, Madam President, but on quality of jobs, quality jobs, with pathways to ownership and upward mobility. Economic recovery must be felt by everyone, not just in the macro numbers, Madam President. And that is why this budget places emphasis on people-centered growth, improving access to education, affordable housing, healthcare, expanding opportunities for family island developments, Madam President. We want a Bahamas where every citizen, regardless of income or location, can see themselves in the recovery Madam President. We know we have more work to do, but we are committed to a disciplined, compassionate, and strategic approach, one that balances economic growth with real support for Bahamian families and businesses navigating tough times, Madam President. Madam President, at this time, Madam President, with your leave, I would like to demonstrate what we are doing here at BAIC and in the Bahamas, what our local farmers are doing. And Madam President, one can go throughout at BAIC and feel free to pick up bananas, sweeter than Chiquita that we buy out of the stores, and feel free, grown right here locally in the Bahamas.
Yes.
We can clearly see, Madam President, that our farmers are producing, and they are producing well. We have the ability, Madam President, to feed ourselves. This is what we're growing right here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. There is no need to go and import things that we are locally made in the Bahamas. Madam President, onions for days, Madam President, days. And by the way, I have a box for every senator.
You get a box, you get a box, you get a box.
And so you get a box. You get a box. You get a box on the other side. Everybody gets a box.
And feels it.
Right?
Even the opposition.
Even the opposition. Even the opposition will get a box. Right? Because this is what our farmers are doing in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We are so proud of them. Thank you to our farmers who
Misleading the Bahamian people.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is misleading the Bahamian people. When it comes down to any government corporation, the word even is not appropriate language because we are all one in the public interest. So I ask them to withdraw the word even and say all of we.
Or keep your box.
All right? Or keep your box.
Thank you.
No, I say it jokingly, but it is serious. When it
Thank-
comes down to government, let's send the right message.
Thank
Madam
you,
President.
Senator Rahming.
he
Withdrawing?
must have read politics.
But
He must have read the book Politics. This is exactly what Michael Pindad is saying in his book. Political gymnastics and politics, Madam President. Yes. Madam President, in conclusion, the choice is very clear, Madam President. We've already started hearing the noise in the market about the opposition is mad. They're mad because they didn't do it. No correction. They couldn't do it, Madam President. Madam President, I'll yield until they
Senators,
finish.
senators,
the debate.
senators, please proceed, Senator.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam President, in conclusion, we've already started hearing the noise in the market about the opposition is mad. They mad because they didn't do it. No, let me correct you. They mad because they couldn't do it, Madam President. Let's check the record. The IMF report is good, but the F&M is upset. Moody's report is good, but the F&M is upset. S&P report is good, but the F&M is upset. Central Bank report is good, but the F&M is upset. Bahamas statistic report is good, but the F&M is upset. The country achieved a balance.
Like it be upset.
The country achieved
Senators,
a budget.
senators. Please proceed, Senator Pickstock.
Thank you so much, Madam President. The Bahamas statistic report is good, but the F&M is upset. The country achieves a balanced budget with a surplus projected, and the F&M is upset, Madam President. Infrastructure work going on most of our family islands, and the F&M is upset. 50+ industrial agreements signed, bringing more money to workers, and the F&M is upset. All-age pension increase, F&M upset. Minimum wage increase, the F&M upset. Everything good for this country upsets the F&M. Why is that? Why is that, Madam President? Madam President, as we look at the 2025-2026 budget, I believe it reflects a government that is listening, responding, and taking decisive steps to strengthen our economy, protect the most vulnerable, and invest in long-term development of our country. It is a budget grounded in reality. It is a budget grounded in reality, but inspired by possibility. Possibility for growth, for opportunity, and for transformation. That said, Madam President, we are fully aware that there is more work to be done, and we stand ready to continue doing the work. A second term for the Davis administration means stability, continued progress, and a leadership team focused not on politics, or rather politricks, but on delivering for the Bahamian people. It means completing major infrastructure upgrades, expanding access to quality health care, and ensuring that every Bahamian, no matter their island or income, has a shot at new opportunities. It means finishing the work we have started and deepening our investment in Grand Bahama and the Family Island development. It also means strengthening national security and modernizing public service to be more efficient, transparent, and people-centered. Simply put, a second term means building on real progress to create a fairer, stronger, and more resilient Bahamas for all. Madam President, budgets are not an end. Budgets are not an end. They are a means to achieve better outcomes for our people. And while this budget lays a strong foundation, our commitment as a government is to build on it brick by brick, community by community, with transparency, Madam President, accountability, and a fierce dedication to improving the lives of every Bahamian. So I stand in full support, not because it solves every challenge overnight, but because it moves us steadily forward in the right direction. Madam President, the choice is clear. The choice is clear today, as it was in 2021. We do not want to return to the F&M, a party of failure and fiction. Or rather, do we want to return to the F&M, a party of failure and fiction, or do we want to stay the course with the PLP, a party with steady hands, brave leadership, and real progress? The Bahamian people have already answered that question. And when the next general election comes, they will answer it again. Two straight. Two straight. Madam President, I support this budget. I support the leadership of Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis. I support the Progressive Liberal Party. And I support the continued progress of the Bahamian people. Madam President, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock, for your contribution. As many The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Reuben Rahming.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Here's what it is. Madam President, I rise to my feet to provide my contribution to this budget debate. Following Senator Pickstock rally cry of two straight, which has been very elusive over the last, 15 years? 25 years for anyone. I want to wish him luck. But, you know, there are a number of things in our country, look what you get, you're tired of what you got. There are other things that also allude to the fact of when somebody show you who they are, believe them. And I assure you that after the way the public would have been treated in the hints and the outright statements, I think they would need to reconsider re-electing the PLP in this current form. The PLP has gone through many iterations, even to the point of being the new PLP. Did they have actually a new PLP? And tried to rework itself. And even many times when you find hope, you see that the old propensities still rise up. We heard in this budget debate the very unusual statements made even of surpluses and the points that allude to the fact that things are so wonderful, that things are so good that they're going to be expecting surpluses. But it's interesting, as Senator Pickstock and others have spoken so ill of the fiscal management of the former F&M administration, that if you were to check the records even under this administration, the only time that they saw a manifestation of not a projected, but an actual surplus was one in the first quarter after the election. And that year, I think it started up to 90 million, and then it went up to $200 million in the first year, which had everything to do with the fact that if the F&M administration was so calamitous in keeping the fundamentals of this country so stable, it would have been impossible for the country to have maintained or generated such a surplus so swiftly after the rejection of the F&M at the polls. It would have been impossible. And the record will also show that if it was so much also of a PLP momentum, then why had that not maintained to this day and this point even right now? And it's sad that even if they were going to talk about having surpluses moving forward, it would be good to see a surplus within their second year or within their third year or within all these other times with all these projections that they make, but it actually isn't there. And it's so bad, you would have heard me said in the Senate a couple of times, how even with my Senate plate, the bridge toll wasn't paid. But then I realized, no, I went over just the other day, and the stick moved from my car. So so it finally got paid. How long had that happened? For 6 months? Take 6 months for you to pay the bridge toll? And the Bridge Authority is one of the more profitable entities in government. And then here it is now, we boasting about this budget and the past performance, and we see notices going out that NHI hadn't been paid. And the money, you don't get the money sorted out yet from May. going on up to, I don't know. I thought when the budget passed, everything else stopped there and everything else occurred under the new budget. So what would that do to your deficit? We got to remember the history of people and who we are dealing with. I'm not here to discount the sincerity of anyone. I think everyone has love, everybody has a degree of compassion and also patriotism, but it's a matter of how they function and those unique things, those propensities that are so hard to change. Because any person, when given power or authority, creates an environment conducive to their propensity. It's just as simple as that. I think I can graciously use my good Senator Ronnie over here as an example. I've seen his passion, and we celebrate his passion, especially with his program, Gen Z. And I'm not saying this without being any maliciousness at all, but just say the spirit of what I'm saying. If a person of that character becomes the prime minister, I'm certain we're going to see a lot of empowerment of young men and everything else. Why? Because that's his natural propensity. You catch what I'm saying? If Senator Pinder was, no. come, Lord Jesus, come. but Senator Ryan, I, regardless of your rambunctiousness, I personally respect you. All right? Because we don't drift away from our propensities. That's just a natural thing. A prime minister who loves sports, despite all of his diligence in trying to run the country, you're going to see that leaning. A prime minister who loves John Canoe, you would have seen that with Prime Minister Christie. You would see that leaning. And so you got to weigh out the people you pick based upon their propensities, because they're going to make their world. If they're an activist for some sort of agenda, you're going to see that in their policies. You're going to see that in their ministries. You're going to see that in their lifestyle, because they can't hide. That's your kind of environment. And in this context, also, you see the propensity in the historic review with the Progressive Liberal Party as proven by fact that whenever the tide flow high, the hands get loose, especially with dealing with funds. And I see a trend that most of the times you see that the problems that need to be fixed, when you check them back to their genesis, you'll find out who actually triggered the avalanche that they find themselves having a need to fix. I'll give you an example even with the BPL matters and relating to that. Well, my tie look yellow on TV. It's not yellow. The BPL matters, and my apologies. When you check the decline of BPL, and when you check the history of BPL, when BPL finally began to got into the red, check who was in power there and check whose chairmanship that was under. And I've checked that before, and that was during the time the chairmanship of Bradley Roberts. When we look at these things, we find where these things have been broken, because there seemed to be a very laxness of cash. I listened to Senator Alcides as well, and I agreed with him and when he was speaking about how the interest rate in our debt has been accruing. And I agree that it has been across administrations, but even then you can see a trigger that plagues us even right now. And he mentioned during his debate from 2017, I think the interest rate that we were dealing with was, what, $273 million a year in accrued interest, and then now it's $668 odd million a year now, and that ain't getting no nicer. And for those who appreciate interest, well, let's look at government low-cost housing. Oh, they look low-cost, eh? By the time you amortize that over 25 years, and you calculate what you end up paying for that house on the back end, then you can appreciate how interest is compounded. You see that even in the average mortgage, you're happy, you're saying you pay $300,000 for your house. Well, the bank end up making sometimes twice the value, up to probably twice the value of the house based upon the length of the term. But we ended up into this same state right now, and you can see a timeline. We see all the issues with VAT and the complaints about VAT. We saw that in 2016. It was in 2015 around that time when VAT was actually introduced. And again, VAT was introduced and it was celebrated as the most successful launch of that new form of taxation. And if memory serves me correctly, it was estimated that almost $1 billion in new tax revenue was generated under that introduction of VAT regime, which was introduced under the PLP. But yet by the next year, despite that infusion of brand new money, we found that that's when the Bahamas got introduced to junk status. Yeah, junk status. Because behind these interest rates, although all loans accrue interest, the problem is getting reasonable interest rates for debt financing for the Bahamas, and our borrowing cost has gone through the roof. So even now, when you look at the high cost of borrowing, it came right back down to a nice fun day when the Progressive Liberal Party had extra buku amounts of cash coming in, and still through their management of the Bahamas fiscal policy, you found that we end up into junk status. And in full transparency, we saw another downgrade hit us, and it's so interesting because it literally hit on the PLP watch after the last election. Literally, it fell that day, but we know that was accrued as a result of COVID. So under the F&M, Dorian, COVID, worldwide shutdown, hurricanes hit, everything else, all that happened, economy shut down, all that other stuff while we are keeping the fundamentals of the country good and ready. And that caused, literally on the day of the election, the following day, when officially the new government was in, Moody's hit us with a downgrade. But there it is when the PLP was in the height of their power, introduced the VAT, had all the new money coming in, everything else, money was buku, fresh money coming in, and then we got a downgrade. Go ahead.
On a point of order, Madam President,
Senator?
yeah, on a point of order.
Go ahead.
I think the good senator is misleading the Bahamian public. If we would look at what our debt was in 2021. In 2021, our debt was $10.5 billion. $10.5 billion. Just wait. In 2019, our debt was roughly $8 billion. During the F&M administration, the last administration, Madam President, they accrued at least 33% of what the debt was in 2018 in addition. So that you're misleading Bahamian. You're trying, no, you are trying to reflect all the debt downgrades and the accumulation of debt on the PLP administration, when in fact it is the F&M administration who themselves accrued more than $2.5 billion of new debt on the backs of the Bahamian people. And it is only the PLP administration who has worked to reverse that trend,
You know, Madam President, the AG totally went into left field with the debt, and even though I was being just as blatantly honest as I could, even referring to the downgrade that occurred under the F&M due to the havoc, he still raised with a blatantly irrelevant point, because I wasn't speaking about the debt. But since he raised his irrelevant point to the debt, let's talk about the F&M debt. When they got kicked out, you know why the saying was where the VAT money was? Because you had $1 billion worth of VAT, we got downgraded, people didn't see where it was coming from, and that's what got you out of office. Okay, fine, now we came in 2017. Things are rolling good. Yes, the saying was where the VAT money was. We know all of that. And here it is now. Yes, there was a great increase in debt under the F&M. But you know something? People talk a lot about things that happen in leadership around there. But let me show you one historical fact, you know. Apart from the grave, the worst hurricane in history, the worst global catastrophe in modern times and everything else, you know what ended up happening? The most amount of cash directly put in the Bahamian hands was done under the Free National Movement. During the time of COVID, over $1.34 billion of cash at a time when 75+% of the economy was shut down because of the global turn down, monies were put into Bahamian people's hands. So the government accrued debt to keep Bahamian salary paid. Not only that, there were persons who weren't even qualified to receive the payment under NIB for when they lost a job. What they call it again? When they lose their jobs, that there were mechanisms made up, so taxi drivers, straw vendors, and other people that couldn't accrue. You also want to know where the debt was also generated and why the revenues of the government was also further reduced? To ensure that people in the private sectors and the hotels and other businesses were able to sustain Bahamian people, not just civil servants. The order was given from the F&M government to go and tow, and it was said publicly that the hotels and the other private sectors employers, that the VAT money they collected, they were authorized to utilize to pay Bahamian salaries just to keep them employed on the books. So many times when people thought it was their boss giving them money, or the hotel giving them money, or NIB giving them money, it was the government of the Bahamas using the mechanisms of their bosses and the hotels and NIB to put cash money in their hands. And at a time when the country wasn't bringing in money, then that money was debt that the country incurred. I would say, for the first time, you saw where money was received and borrowed, and you literally felt where the money went. And that is the true, unequivocal, irrefutable story as it relates to that debt. Do I celebrate debt in the Bahamas? No. But if you want to talk about waste, let's talk about wastage and how the debt began to grow. Let's talk about the fact that you're saying now that we're going to have a surplus of $75 million, an imaginary surplus. But at the way in which you all run government, you ain't going to have it. Because right now, what you owe for the National Health Services is going to have to now come forward because he ain't paid in May, he ain't paid in June. Where that's going to actually come from? You want to see a waste of money? And you're talking about building homes? Well, let me show you how your government threw away 150 low-cost government homes. And that happened when the then Prime Minister, former Deputy Prime Minister, Bragg Davis, stood up and took $30 million of the Bahamian people money, put it into Bahamas Academy without even having a lease agreement. The thing has not been finished yet under us, nor them, nor settled. So that was $30 million wasted and blown. It was adjudicated in the House of Assembly, and then it was reported when he got so upset he used an expletive in the House of Assembly. That's on the record when you want to see that. When we look back at the history of BAMSI, it started under y'all, and we celebrated why it's so good and have the idea was good. But because it was so poorly structured, could you see where $100 million went into BAMSI with no structure and regulations and everything else put inside of it? You can't complain about that because just earlier this year, you come and you finally put those things in place today. It's just a reality to it. When you get a leader who can stand up in the front of the Bahamian people and literally blatantly say that, oh, the places that burned down in BAMSI was insured and it wasn't there. It's almost as bad as us right now standing up to the international world saying we didn't know nothing but the situation with the Cuban doctors, yet now we find ourselves canceling a contract that was an embarrassment to the country, and we say we didn't know about it. I mean, come on, we need to sit here and focus on things. Let me show you something else, you know. When we came into office, the PLP then had budgeted, saying that, that their government was planning for a $100 million deficit, all right? And then rushing into the time of election, what they did, exactly what they're doing right now. They ignored all of the budget deficit and restraints, and they went and they exceeded the deficit by $600 million running up into an election. $600 million. And I see that coming and happening even right now. They give a feel-good feeling. They talking about workers and everything else. It was y'all who hired a bunch of people. Remember Fitzgerald and 150 people that was actually employed? Hired a bunch of people who weren't even properly hired under the civil service. And then you had there was a separate account in which they was getting, I mean, how could you be such tricksters? There's a separate account that their checks was being paid from. You see, he might have written in the book, but he was describing the PLP. He might have written politics in the book, but he was describing the PLP. What actually happened was they had a number of people hired before an election and tell them they had a government job and they only had a special fund that had enough money for 90 days after the election. And then it took the F&M government, especially in education, to find a way to house these people. There are people who was collecting money and wasn't even on the job because they was working other places. We need to stop playing these kinds of games that lead into all these blatant waste and abuses. And back to my original point, the interest rate that we are suffering today, regardless of the debt that I was not speaking about that the AG raised, the interest rate was triggered by the sovereign debt rating, which dictates the level of interest that the government pays on its debt. And that happened at a time when the country had more money through the introduction of that than it ever had before, and yet we still got downgraded under the Progressive Liberal Party. And they're talking about leadership, they're talking about surpluses. And the thing about it, on top of that, the first day the F&M government came in and they sat down into the seats in cabinet, the cabinet secretary walked in. I know the story, I heard it over because I was in the house, and said, listen here, immediately we need to borrow, I think it was some $450 million to pay debts in arrear. I've seen how governments do it, and you know me saying governments. There are some who did it worse and terrible compared to the rest, but I've seen how people cook the books. Let me tell you how you also cook the books, you know. You don't have to be a criminal to cook the books. You guys got to be shrewd. You know, one of the shrewdest ways to cook the books to get this imaginary surplus that won't occur because of their propensities is simply this. One of the best ways to do it is the same process of public-private partnerships. Mind you, it's not illegal, you know, but you know what it allows you to do? It allows you to incur debt for projects off the books, so that it doesn't really reflect as the debt on hand, so your books look good, but that is still debt incurred outside. Am I saying that's illegal? It's not illegal. But at the end of the day, come on, man, it is what it is. And our problem we have with the PLP government, and I'm listening to Prime Minister Davis and read his article in the rally the March rally y'all had just the other day. You know, yeah, March rally, which he had just the other day. You know, you can't sit here and keep avoiding people questions, and yet you stand it up now, and all of a sudden, you know, now it's time for you to get a second shot at managing the public funds. Now you're telling everybody, all hands on deck. Now you're telling everybody, hey, let's everybody get your desk clear, move these things, get things going for the people. It's interesting how you give a speech when it's time for you to be reelected that you should have given the first day you come in power. Because the problem with people not getting land, the problem with people having gridlock and their files not being processed has been a recurring thing. You should have said that from day one, but you know what? It ain't about us, it's about y'all. So now it's time for him to have a second chance, and his concern now is this. You know what? We got to make me look good. So I don't want to see nobody holding up anything on the desk, even to the point that I'm ready to cause everybody to resign. Let's talk about resignation.
Madam
and
President.
There's no point of order for you because nothing I said was
Madam
ill
President.
or untrue.
No,
President,
Senator
Madam-
Rahming. Senator Rahming. Senator
can't
Pickstock,
on a
what is
point
yeah,
of relevance? What is the relevance? We are talking about the budget.
that's a
The
difficult
member
one.
on the other side is just all over the gamut. He
Okay.
is just he's confusing like the F&M in this politics book. It's confusing. I don't know where he is. He's just all over the globe. You know?
Thank you,
Please,
Senator
let's bring him
Pickstock.
back to relevance, please.
Thank you, Senator Pickstock.
Yeah.
Hey,
Back to
Please
relevance,
proceed,
man.
Senator Rahming.
Madam President, I am simply a foxhole sapodilla eating jitney driver.
Yeah, me
Son
too.
of a preacher man, and a good lawyer can stand up in here to say he's confused and use that as a point of order. I mean, what caliber of people we got around us? I mean, come on, man. You know, the thing about it is, let me show you, this is my time, and I will use my time.
Yes, use it. All of
You
it.
see? And let me further go on. The Prime Minister was going on, and see, no, this is about the propensity and the character of this government. Because let me show you something. When you go to a financial institution, it ain't just all about numbers, it's also about character. It's also about character when it comes down to even money transaction. Because the budget is not just money. The budget is the heart and soul of government. You got to trust that. You got to trust what they say. They can say what they can do, they can do. You understand? It's you all who have a problem with transparency and reporting, you know. It is the PLP that has a problem that following the rules, that they come and borrowing monies the way they should be borrowed. You all have that problem. You all have that problem with answering questions, anything that rubs you sideways. You all have the problem with speaking down to the Bahamian people like they ain't got a right to know. You all have the problem. When you're in office, you can put up billboards all over the place with crime.
Order.
And then when you become minister, you can tell the media, oh, you don't report on crime.
Order.
You all have that problem. And your fiscal management has always been sad. The thing about it, even when you all do good, and there's fruit on the tree of goodness of the PLP, when you go to that tree, you're going to meet a snake. That happens every single time. How do we continue to delay our people? You say you look forward to the poor. Even in many of the bills that you bring forward, have these hidden things that make you go, Now we see one of the things you're going to have this housing bill coming up. Yeah, it looks simple, it looks small, eh? The stories sound good, hey? Okay, this is what we're going to do. This bill is going to allow them to access a unique fund in the Ministry of Housing. And yeah, it sounds good because you want to use, I think, is it up to 50% of that money to go build houses. That sounds good, hey? That sounds really good. But what's about the abuse of this fund with this bill? This bill needs to be reconsidered. Let me ask you a question. Let me help people understand. When you go to the mortgage corporation, normally in the mortgage corporation, they take about a 2% levy against every mortgage, and that is set aside into a fund in case there's delinquencies in housing, so the mortgage corporation can be made whole. This is my understanding, partly of it. You see, it was established, my understanding is established since the UBP time. Never had a claim in history, but the fund, all right, never had a claim in history, but does the fund exist? Yes, so what's your point? This is the fund I'm talking about. So here it is, here it is. The mortgage corporation has been stating about how it has probably up to 50% in delinquencies going on. This just brought it back to me. I printed it up because it came to my mind. You know, and tremendous delinquencies in the mortgage corporation. High level of forfeitures. Because we know the practices, apart from shabby constructions of home, some say the MP or the minister give them the key so they ain't got to pay for no mortgage. All kinds of stories been happening with the problem with building houses, which we need, but there's been too much corruption in the system across the board, problematic. The fund was put in place so that there is a safeguard measure in the event of these defaults. Not only that, that same fund was supposed to be audited every year. All right? Then why is it that no audit has been produced? And when was the last time was there an audit done? All right, can it be completed? Has someone been tapping into the funds? What's the amount of the funds? And here it is, we still have a problem which that fund was specifically designed to address. Specifically designed, and it still exists. Delinquency in homes so that you can make the corporation whole, but instead now using it for what it's supposed to be used for, it sounds good, it feels good, go build houses, but then we still leaving, here it is, debt on the books. This is the same reason why you ain't have these kind of surplus you're talking about, you know, because we don't come straight with paying our bills. Right now, we talking about a surplus, 75 million. How much we owe national insurance, which is floundering even now? Are we paying back the debt that we owe to national insurance? I bet you if you paid with this imaginary surplus, the debt back to national insurance, which is the baby of Sir Lyndon Pillin you should be proud of, you'll find that you not only ain't gonna have no surplus, you're gonna not have a debt, you're gonna have a deficit on that alone. Then let's look at something else in this budget. This is what causes a problem with me, you know. Here it is now. We saw that this great visionary leadership who have the great ability to manage the Bahamian finance and everything. Did y'all ever finish fixing that plane y'all buy, that $2 million you try to get to fix that old drug plane? Y'all fix that yet? Is it completed? Has the cost overrun?
They said it wasn't fixable.
Has the cost overrun? Yeah, you know, you see, you expect them to fix it. Do we expect the PLP to fix the old used up plane for the Prime Minister use or anybody else's use, but can't take a tractor and knock down a building sitting still in Grand Bahama? Listen here. The thing about it is you pass the budget, you say it was in the budget to do something different. When you come in this budget and you present budgets and projection, you got to be more accurate at what you're doing at the end of the day. That's all I'm simply saying. You got to give an account towards it. Listen here, let me make it simple, you know. It ain't your money. It's the Bahamian people money. That's all of us. That's all of us. So we need to look at, before we turn the housing thing into a slush fund, we need to make sure that what it was intended to do legally, that it actually is done, and these things happen to benefit everybody. We saw now again, a government that have the biggest clerical financial error in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, $186 million, and listen, everything about it is suspect. So they say it was a clerical error. Let me tell you this. Anybody who make $180+ million clerical error shouldn't be on the job. So tell the Prime Minister under the category of those sending in resignation, that's his office and his desk. And quite frankly, you know, while I'm at the Prime Minister's office, and this still grieves me to this day, why is it that he's still quiet on the fact that there was a reporter who was almost attacked on public TV by Simon Wilson, and then there's a Belinda Wilson, which was attacked in the Prime Minister's office, and the other union representative had to stand between her and Simon Wilson, and the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas ain't had nothing to say about that. Man, that's a problem. That's a problem. You with a female, a unionist, a reputable person, a reputable person. No, it's about economy. Relevant. If that was your mother, or wife, it wouldn't have mattered. You see, these things speak to accountability. Why is it when we see the processes of inland revenue and their processes of repossessing houses and
Senator Rahming, Senator Pickstock. Chair recognizes Senator Pickstock.
Madam President, I understand
That's great.
that nomination time for the FNM is on Thursday. I understand, right? But can you please, he's singing for his supper, but can you please bring him back to relevance?
That is not.
Can you please bring him back to relevance? He is adopting what Michael Pintard is saying in his book Politics. He is adopting
Thank you, Senator Pickstock.
No,
Senator
that's
Pickstock,
fine.
thank you.
That's fine.
What's the relevance?
Okay,
Thank you, Senator
tell him
Pickstock.
stop that.
What's the relevance?
Come back. The Bahamian people want to understand the
Senator
budget.
Senator,
Not a fight.
allow
on
me,
OPM.
allow me, please. Senators, order.
Fighting for his supper.
You know, Madam President, it's a sad.
Wait. Maybe the president may want to have something to say. Senators, please settle in. Senator Rahming. Let me speak to you. Senator Rahming, come. Stand up, you can sit. Senator Rahming, Perhaps Senator Rahming. Senator Rahming, could you please provide the Senate body with the relevance regarding what you're saying occurred at the Prime Minister's office and the budget debate, please?
The budget debate is all about money. The budget is also drafted by the Financial Secretary of the Government of the Bahamas. We move into that. The budget also speaks to matter as a concern to protection of women and children, and also provide funding for those same, organizations such as the Crisis Center, who actually provide protections for female, and that money is also in the budget, and anything in the budget I could speak to.
Madam President, I think the good senator is alleging that the financial secretary physically attacked the president of the Bahamas Union of Teachers.
I said he was.
Madam President, I would ask the member to withdraw that. It is not, I don't think, Madam President, it is becoming to repeat in the Senate one side of an allegation that was never substantiated, and to impugn the character of a senior public servant
Oh, okay.
by using some words posted by someone on the other side of perhaps a verbal
Discourse.
discourse, and then to use that to say the financial secretary attacked the president of the Bahamas Union of Teachers. Madam President, I would ask the senator to withdraw it. It's inflammatory, and quite frankly, Madam President, it's not true.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Halkitis. Senator Rahming, going back to the point raised by Senator Halkitis, and the remarks you made concerning the financial secretary and the president of the Bahamas Union of Teachers, do you have any documentation to support what you're saying? Yes or no?
I will provide you with.
No.
I will provide you. No.
No.
Let me make this easy for you.
No. You're not making it easy for me.
Let
No.
me make it simple then. Simple, not for you. My apologies for that. To you. All right? You can expunge it. I'm standing on what I know, and I will bring the proof of it.
Okay, that's
I'll
easy.
bring the proof of it.
Senator Rahming, it will be everything you said with respect to the financial secretary and the president of the Bahamas Union of Teachers will be expunged, and we will revisit it once you would have the documents to table. So all of that will be expunged from the record and not to be revisited by you in this contribution. Please proceed, sir.
I would say to this, it is interesting that somebody of that ilk has already gone on public record establishing what is that, and I believe what she says. And so, not to rehash.
I asked you.
I believe she said.
No, Senator Rahming, I'm expunging that as well. I asked you not to revisit that.
Okay.
And that's a directive from the chair.
Okay.
Now, if you continue in that vein, you'll be forcing the chair to take another option.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. Which one do you want me to try it again? Do you want me to raise the report of misconduct? But here it is. This is what I'm getting. No, my time is valuable. So with the 186, with the 100, you got to understand some things be very, very personal to me, especially with I have daughters. With the 186 million dollars, which was projected towards a road project towards Grand Bahama, which was another major egregious clerical error that should have attracted the resignation of whoever would have done it, been responsible to sign off on it. But yet we see in this budget, and you may be, Senator Keys may be more versed in it than I am. I don't see any major road works being done in allotted in the budget for Grand Bahama. Has there been any major? I'm just asking. I said I don't see. I saw for the other family islands, I saw a couple good $1 million allotted. And so it sort of raised a question to me. All right? Even with the clerical error, the $186 million for roads and what was West End and those areas, was the error so grave that once discovered and canceled, that there was actually no roadworks or real need for roadworks at all, or in any significant way into that? We got to ask ourselves these questions because these are very, very important to things to do when we're going forward. We have a maritime industry that is crying, and their plea sound rather legitimate with the level of taxations that's upon them and the impact it's having on the industry. I would like further clarification on what's going on with that because I'm very concerned with what's happening with them. But when I'm looking forward to it. But you know I'm sincere. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, because I don't care left or right. Just explain. We have a duty of care to our people so our people could know and our people could understand what's going on. But we have a problem when we came to things and we talking things that look pie in the sky to the Bahamian people. You don't only hurt the Bahamian people and other people of war, you even hurt yourselves. You even hurt yourselves. You know, that's why people are still baffled about how there's a celebration of the sale and then the money not being in. And yes, we know the money is supposed to be deposited into the funds of the Grand Lucaya and stuff whenever it happens and everything else. But those things are critical because if we can celebrate an imaginary $75 million surplus, how could we deny the impact of $120 million of cash injected into the government budget? You know, I mean, it just simply don't add up. And then there are things that I would have raised before, and you know, when we always talking about helping the small man, I understand these because I have voice notes on my phone from truck operators, backhoe operators, taxi drivers, and other persons who would have asked many times and called me for advice because sometimes a man get a vehicle and the vehicle is off the road, but that was his livelihood. And he's unable to probably pay for that part or locate that part, and so he ends up taking another job. He ends up taking another job until he can get that part. Now, it took him a year, 2 years, and in some instances, I know of up to 5 years. And now he finally gets the thing, and he wants to go back into his trucking. Or he wants to get back into driving his taxi or jitney, but he had not used his public service badge for a number of years. Yes, we have no problem with renewal, refresher, that's good. But why is it that the small man got to go ahead and pay road traffic for all the years when he did not use that license, all the years while his tractor or his truck wasn't on the road, and have to pay for all of that, and the vehicle was not on the road and before they would even license him? But yet, a bill which I'm saying I support, the Notary Public bill that came here, addressed the same issues as relate to lawyers and attorneys, which I don't object to. Because a notary public, when he is in a certain position, might not have had reason to use that license that he had because of a function he had. So this new law allows the lawyer to that fee to be waived during that neutral time, and he can pick up paying his fees from the time that he re-engages. But why that can't be done for the small man? Why that can't be done? I raised it then. It's supposed to be looked into. I personally don't, this is not an attack on the AG, because I know he's busy. I normally would remind him of things and refresh his mind, and he was looking into it. But you got to understand, it's the same thing. We brought a bill in here earlier, and I saw it brought, I think, under our administration. I'm not criticizing this bill. I can't remember the name. Whereas there were two individuals who we had to bridge their time in public service so they can get their pension. I think all of us could agree that that's a form of justice. You see what I'm saying? I think it's unfortunate that because of the bill, we had to put the person's name and all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? But that's the process. But why don't we put a process, a better process in place? Because there are many Bahamian people. I know of a man, I'll use his first name, Leon. He had to struggle with cancer and everything else, and he's been fighting for a long time to get his time bridged, writing to every leader here, there, and everywhere else. Some people, I'm actually, thank you. I'm going to actually refer him to you. Not everybody have access, although we say, to right people to get it done. So a special draft. What I'm advocating, and I said it then and now, that it should be a process. There should be a even more easier process for something like that to be done. We're talking about social justice for everybody else. And back to that thing with road traffic, I look at it, and with those licenses. And I discovered at Turks and Caicos Island, there was a situation where there was a young man, he was actually in jail. When he came out of jail and he went to renew his driver's license, they did the same thing. Tell him he got to pay for all those years when the man was locked up for a driver's license. Well, he took it to court. He took it to court, and he won the court case. So now we actually have a precedent set of something that being adjudicated, and we need to fix these things in our system to make it easier for everybody else. But now we're coming back to the time where we also have the same prime minister, just like he said with the rally speech that was presented, who's going to come back again, and no longer going to ask him, where's the 100,000 jobs he must be promised in the first 100 days, eh? Where's the free electricity? This is a time of grandiose words and sayings. But I'm saying, despite what any politician must say, the fundamentals of the country got to remain strong. The information in the budget got to remain strong. Your projections got to be strong. You can't bring in the righteous performance of the public service now when it's in your interest. We should stand on that every day. Any and every day, someone's supposed to be able to go to the registrar and within a reasonable time get a response. Any and every day, someone's supposed to be able to go to road traffic or make any lawful application that they are supposed to be able to make and get proper response. It should not be something that is just simply because I need to win, so keep everybody happy. Do this. If not, I'm going to make you resign. Send your resignation in. Listen to that. Governance is an everyday thing. And let me close this point, Do we know, Madam President, that if we simply did that right, what I'm saying, chances are you will win. Chances are you will win. Chances are you could succeed. But you're supposed to be doing it from day one, not within your own personal public interest. So when I look at this budget, I look at all the pronouncements, I hear all the grandiose statements that are being presented here, there, and everywhere. A lot of it is coming too much so like footloose and fancy-free. We need to find a way to bring real accountability, real transparency. Maybe the AG can start by making sure that everybody make it to the Public Accounts Committee who needs to make it to the Public Accounts Committee. Maybe the AG can help advise. Maybe the AG can help ensure that his colleagues could answer questions from the public through the leader of the opposition in the House of Assembly. Maybe we could encourage the Prime Minister.
Order.
Everybody in Parliament.
Order. Order.
I tell you so.
Everybody in Parliament.
Order.
To the Parliamentary Committee for Disclosures. That's the law.
You talking about
That's
public
the law.
accounts committee?
Order.
We talking something different.
Order.
Talking about public accounts committee?
I know you couldn't have been talking about that, but I know.
Senators, order. Order.
Listen to your man.
And let me add.
Order.
Add that piece in there, Ruben.
I intend to. I got you.
Yeah, add that piece in
Order. Sit down.
there. Add that piece in there, Ruben.
Yeah.
They don't report to the public.
Okay. And as I was saying, want me to say?
What's the relevance? What's the relevance?
Order. Senators, order. Please proceed.
15 minutes? Oh, Lord. Gotta find something to say. Let's talk. Let's talk now. Let's talk.
Senator,
we can talk now.
speak to
Yeah,
the chair,
we
please.
can talk
Speak to
now.
the chair, please.
So now we have the problems that we face. When these committees don't function and we see pushback on these different things, including the yeah, 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 yeah. When we see these pushbacks, when we see the ignorance.
Senators, we must be respectful to the senator who's speaking. We should not be speaking while a senator is on the floor. I ask that you kindly respect that. We have a long way to go with the budget debate. This is disrespectful right now.
Yes, madam. Yes, Madam President. We need to ensure that government functions as it should. You know, and there's a saying that I would have heard from many of the senior statements, you know. You govern in a manner that you could handle when you're in opposition. And that's true across the board. Because I assure you, when they lose this election, they could be on the next side begging for question and answer, period. They could be on the next side saying, oh, you got to answer to the people.
We will answer. We will answer.
You know,
As many of us did.
now not speaking future. This hypocrisy got to stop among us. Listen, you will always have your way, and the opposition is supposed to have a say. You will always have your way because you got the numbers. The opposition is supposed to have a say. You have the numbers. Why are you afraid of transparency? Just do right. The way you spend your money shows your priority. The Bible says where your treasure is, that's where your heart be. So when you sit and you see how cuts are made to certain industries, and when you see how increases are made in others, you begin to wonder where the priority lies. We're talking about a $75 million, celebrating an imaginary $75 million surplus. And if that's such a great accomplishment too, then when you compare it to $58 million plus in just travel costs, and I have no problem with travel. You all notice I seldom mention that in here because government need to travel. I don't think the problem is travel. The problem is access. The problem is make it worthwhile. Let me tell you something that we need to, Madam President, that we need to grasp. You know, this is our country. This our. When I say our, every single one in here, their ma, their children. This our country, man. And when we give you the rings, we ain't give you the country. No government. We are telling you run our business according to the vision you presented. None of us could afford to lose 5 years in frustration. That's why my point to the senator when he said, what was the term he used, and even the opposition. The reason why I take offense to it, I know it's hard, but just for the point, that should never enter into even the spirit of politics. Yeah, I understand, fine, you got your supporters, you got to do things, but you don't do it at the expense that you hate some other Bahamian which owns this country just like somebody else. That's why I agree with the Grand Ulukaya deal. Yeah, we want this to succeed. We're just saying, hey, make sure it happens because we had a lot of false starts. But when I look at it and a deal that was in place would have been literally completed now, then you sit there and you imagine how time could have changed and different things could have happened. I don't believe that if somebody can get something in the first term of the administration, and I'm not accusing you at this is a general statement. My mind ain't there an accusatory matter. That you could do in the first year, why wait till the 5 years? The 5th year. Yet I still understand, because I've had that in government too, in this constituency of Pinewood. I never campaign on fixing no flooding, because I've seen the problems everybody else had. But on day one, I started working on a problem. It's just because it's me that I ain't gonna go and say something unless I sure I could slam dunk a layup. I'll promise a layup if I know I could do a slam dunk. And so it cost me to understand and appreciate wastage and a whole bunch of other stuff. And even respecting our own. Oh, the Corps of Engineers saying they could, United States Corps, they could do all this. I said, come on, man. This really, a jitney driver can say this thing really that difficult. And I'm not an economic expert like Michael Akitis. And I said it in the House even though our time. Do you know that the cost-benefit analysis to fixing a Pinewood problem far outweigh whatever cost the government could pay? The mere fact that even if it costs 50, and I'm not even implying it costs 50 or 20, the value accrued to those properties and those people, money in their pocket, who know about real estate and economics? It's priceless. That's how government do. We want bang for the buck. So when you fix that flooding, guess what? The property values in there change. Just like that. Same house, same area. You buy property in Pinewood, and the property worth a dime. Why? Because of the stigma of the flooding. But we blow $30 million in government John Canoe Carnival. We waste $30 million on a land where we had no lease agreement for. And I tell my own government, yeah, we building bridges, and that's good. And I name all the stuff they're doing. But I can sit here and neglect these people. It's about value. And the only reason why that take time, that's why I'm slow to judge people. I treat people who expect to be treated. Because I learned the intricacies of what it took working with those engineers. And we found a plan. I personally remember having a conversation with the engineers in Pinewood when they came there. And they said, oh man, Rahming, that costs a lot of money and everything else. And I realized it in my tone later. I said, listen here. It's your job to find a solution that could meet qualifications and government specs. I say it's my job to route for the money. So in this conversation, we don't talk with money no more. You just find something from your engineering experience that could work for these people. I say, I don't even care if it only stopped the water 1 inch from getting in their door. We got to stop it from getting in the house. And we worked together so much so that I stopped even going to the minister because the relationship is so good. If you look, you see videos of me always 6 a.m. in the morning meeting them. And I began to find a great respect for those engineers and at Public Works. Boy, sometimes you got to be with people to know what they could do, you know. And they came up with the programs that could work. And when they say, Rahming, this could work. I say, you could swear by it? Yeah. I say, because I may lose my seat over this. And then you took the stand and say, listen here, you know, I didn't mean like that. The thing about it is, no, I don't mean lose a seat politically. I mean now is my time to row for the money. I'm only a backbencher. But my job is to represent people in Pinewood. What I'm simply saying is this. We need to realize whom we serve and make sure things are effective. That's why I was pleased to see after a while, I was disappointed that they didn't continue the program, but that they started, that it seems as if the program is now stepping off from that kind of work. The work that was done, and now it seems that money is being pumped in. For God's sakes, man, we got to remember who we serve. We got to remember who we work for. And when we blowing money on cost overruns and when something could be done for 10 cents and it's being done for $50, man, this is the people money. And we got to learn to do better. Because that same extra $49.50 could have been going towards helping a young man, keeping him off the street, or helping a battered mother find a roof over their head. When we are fishing with the Bahamian people and their money, when they could feel what we do, and I mean in all these games that is played, you know, you can run. Sir Lyndon proved that. Sir Lyndon proved that. If the dynamics didn't change in the latter year, he proved that when he started his run and you saw, and people was with him. But you know what? So much has been lost in politics now. So many people seem to think it's the only way to get a job or only way to enter into something to get a perks. But this budget needs to work for people, but it needs to start with the fact that we need to answer people. And we need to stop talking bad to people, criticize them about the Freedom of Information Act. We need to stop making some things look like quid pro pro. That's how you say it, right? Quid pro pro. Pro quo. You know, it grieves me Because I remember when our AG got his QC. You know, I didn't know you then. All right? I didn't know you then. I saw some kick up about it. You know, maybe he didn't have time as some people and everything else. But I've learned from my interaction with him. No. Follow what I'm saying. Follow what I'm saying. Listen. I've come to respect him for his capability. But I really got to learn about him now. And guess what? When I say QC, if I call him Casey, I say that from a position of how I see him, not nobody else's opinion. But when we get to the point whereas we saw like what happened even recently with O.B. Ferguson, seasoned man, Privy Council and everything else, conversation like that should have never even come up, even if it was secret, because you diminish the value of QC. And I know Casey, and I know a lot of them. You see what I'm saying? You know, the thing about it is, even that shouldn't be done, because why? Certain things that carries the value and add ilk in a profession of professionals like lawyers. Even if it is so, you should not be that brazen. You know, to have these kind of spot that people can see that, listen here, in any which way, this diminish would it represent the best of the best in the law fraternity. These are bad things, man, that make governments look bad. Yeah, it'll probably drift away and pass. Maybe we should not be doing that. I tell you today, and I end on this front. The people who are doing the numbers need to stick to the numbers. Don't try to polish it up all that good. Because the way certain things are, the way also the additional debt, Senator Alcides will know about that more, and I would have seen it in government. The debt that catch up with you, well, honestly, I don't know how you can get no surplus. Because we went through the process. We went through the process that when we came in office, it took us almost 2 years to pay off the back bills of the previous PLP administration. And I ain't just said exclusive to PLP, I'm speaking just to that specific fact. I listened to what I just said. Why you speak after what I just say? I ain't trying to. Right? I listen ad nauseum. Peter Turnquist stand in the House Assembly and make public announcement saying, y'all send your bills in. So we could pay these bills because we could have to put a cutoff period. And all of the woodworks, people who government owe and government owe and government owe. And that hurts small businesses. That's why to the point now, people only want to deal with government with cash. You carry a government PO, but people look at you cock-eye. Even the rich ones look at you and say, what's this? This ain't worth nothing. And so it's a problem. Government could be late with you if you late on that wax tax. They'll send the posses with the ammunition gun and drag you to prison if they have to. They'll take your house. But government could be late. Now, we talk about justice. I appreciate the fact when the $17 million was allocated, special exigency fund was brought forward to pay some of those things. But I bet you we still ain't touched the big part of it. This is a problem. You see what I'm saying? But how long some of them, I know of families who have judgment against the government and living on Skid Row, and when you look at the money from the judgment that has already been awarded to them, they're supposed to be living somewhere in Twynham or in Life at Key. But the children suffering, the parents that die, you're hurting your own when government, who if you miss a payment, you ain't getting your business license, you ain't getting this, but when the same cartel government pay, we have a problem with that. And that is also debt. So you can imagine a surplus. Well, it ain't gonna reach them because how much we owe national insurance. If you imagine a surplus, what about justice for the common behaving person? So I know this is your election budget. I know you're gonna, I know this is your election budget. I know in my heart this is your election budget, just so you don't reject. And you're moving towards that point. But what I'm simply saying is, to win, it takes more than just presenting an image. It takes actually getting results. With that, I rest, Madam, and thank you kindly. Everybody else.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Reuben Rahming, for your contribution. As many The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Randy Rolle.
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam President. As I heard my colleague, Senator Rahming, talking about his Pinewood days, I remember my good friend from Pinewood, Madam President, that said, he ain't give me food, he can give me dirt. But clearly, we know that Senator Rahming would have listened to the Prime Minister last evening, and one of the things that the Prime Minister said to all there was that PLPs and us on this side must stay focused, Madam President. This is serious business, and these are serious times. And so I intend to stay focused, Madam President. With that, Madam President, with your leave, I first want to take an opportunity to remind the public and those in Bimini that tomorrow is a national holiday in our island as the draft takes place. And we look forward to our hometown boy, VJ Edgecombe, being a part of the draft and making history for the island. Madam President. Madam President, I got the opportunity to speak at the Lewis MacDonald High School last week. And one of the things I spoke to the graduates about is I told them about another fellow from Bimini who played basketball one time ago. And I remember growing up as a young boy, Madam President, I wanted to be like him. But somewhere along the way, he lost focus. And so what I told him, Madam President, was life is about choices. And as life is about choices, so are everything that we do, even in this place, Madam President. So for the Bahamian people, the choice is clear. We have a good budget, and we look forward to what's to come in the future, all right? So, Madam President, with that, colleagues and friends, fellow Bahamians, pleasant good afternoon. Today I rise with a great sense of pride and purpose to discuss the people's budget, focus on expanding opportunities island by island. Madam President, this year's national budget is a historic moment. This is the first time that a government has tabled a budget surplus. This, Madam President, was achieved not by cutting services, but by investing in people. This government also spurred one of the strongest post-COVID economic rebounds in the region, fueled by increased investor confidence and private sector growth. But, Madam President, as expected, the opposition doubts our progress. They question how we could possibly achieve a surplus. To them, I say, watch us do it. But we didn't forget that when people needed them the most, Madam President, they showed no care at all. This New Day government promised to strengthen the economy and focus on growth. And, Madam President, we did it. Madam President, while some former members and members on the opposite side seeks to undermine their present leadership and leave them deeply fractured from within, but instead, Madam President, of presenting a real vision of solutions for the Bahamian people, they rely on political gimmicks and stunts. Don't think the Bahamian people forgot the spectacle with the mace. It was an embarrassing moment of chaos that showed their desperation rather than meaningful direction. Shame, shame, shame. Madam President, it was never about the people. It was always about power. It was supposed to be the people's time. You all remember that?
Yes, yes.
But Bahamians are still wondering who and which people. The opposition had every opportunity to offer substance, but instead chose to offer the Bahamian people a sideshow. But this Davis administration, Madam President, remains focused on the future. This administration is committed to our vision and focus on the execution of sustainable development for all Bahamians. While the F&M grabs at straws for relevance, the PLP is building a path forward that puts the needs of Bahamian families, communities, and the next generation first. This government's proactive stance, tough but necessary reforms, and unwavering commitment to doing what's right, Bahamians will reap the benefit. Let's talk numbers, Madam President. Real GDP growth of 3.4%. Our economy stands today at $14.1 billion, surpassing pre-pandemic levels by more than $1.5 billion. This, Madam President, is what effective governance looks like. International agencies, as discussed even yesterday, like Moody's and S&P's, are taking note and acknowledge that the Bahamas is indeed headed in the right direction. Madam President, I repeat, what is good for the Bahamian people is bad for the F&M. It seems the opposition are the only ones who refuse to see the truth. I think that's because the truth doesn't play into their narrative of this New Day government. Madam President, this Davis administration has laid a solid foundation for national progress through its blueprint for change. And the Bahamian people want to see this plan built out. From job creation and digital transformation to climate resilience and education reform, this government, Madam President, prioritize the everyday needs of Bahamians. We have reaffirmed this commitment, outlining bold legislative action and policy initiatives to protect consumers, strengthen communities, and build a more inclusive and prosperous economy. Expanding opportunities island by island means no island will be forgotten. Madam President, I'm especially grateful to the Honorable Prime Minister and the Progressive Liberal Party for ensuring that my home of Bimini has strong representation. I encourage and thank the Member of Parliament, Mr. Kingsley Smith, for the work that he's doing and encourage him to keep pushing. Biminites are resilient people and resourceful people, Madam President. I am proud to say that in these halls, my people, through the PLP, gets 2 for 1, Madam President. 1 member in the lower house and a member in the upper house. Bimini is where my navel string is buried, Madam President, and I will not be still until I am confident that the people of Bimini gets the results and they deserve from my government. Madam President, across the archipelago, we are seeing targeted investments to strengthen public infrastructure, stimulate private sector growth, and incentivize the creation of new industries and new opportunities. Roads are being built and repaved. Water systems are being upgraded. Energy reform is being prioritized. And education and training programs are expanding so that every Bahamian can upskill, grow, and thrive. This budget, Madam President, is designed to open doors to education, entrepreneurship, and modern infrastructure so that no Bahamian is locked out of progress, whether they live in Bimini, Andros, or Maguana. Now, Madam President, as I turn to the subject I so love, consumer. As chairman of Consumer Protection Commission, Madam Chairman, I see tremendous opportunities in this year's budget to reshape and strengthen our consumer market across every island of the Bahamas. Here's what this new budget means for everyday Bahamians. Lower VAT and duty reductions on essentials, reducing the cost of living. Historic investments in lifelong learning and job readiness training to empower Bahamians to access higher paying opportunities, opening new pathways towards upward mobility. More scholarships and grants to open doors to academic and career advancement, regardless of the income level or background. Investments in school digital infrastructure will help to reduce educational inequalities and support 21st century learning. Addressing the digital and moving towards a modern government. This administration's Business Development Incentive Program, ACT, will open up new avenues for local investments and job creation. Better access to health care with increased investments in the public and private healthcare sector. Children in particular will now benefit from improved nutrition and support at the start of school day with free breakfast programs. Renewed focus on sustainability and maritime protection. Better infrastructure and utilities through innovative strategies. And tourism development and cultural preservation. Further to these policies, Madam President, by this Davis administration is our commitment to Grand Bahama. This is more than rebuilding infrastructure and saving jobs. It's about restoring dignity to the lives of Grand Bahamians who have suffered for far too long. Even when the majority of the island, Madam President, had been fully represented by them. Madam President, I repeat, 5 members of Parliament, 4 cabinet ministers, 2 senators, 1 governor general, 1 president of the Senate, and 0 progress for Grand Bahama under their administration, Madam President. Shame, shame, shame. But this Davis administration is building a marketplace, Madam President, that works for people, not just around them. Whether it's opening avenues for rebuilding and recovery, lowering the cost of essentials, modernizing public spaces, or empowering local entrepreneurs, as Grand Bahama rises, the Consumer Protection Commission and Consumer Affairs stands ready to ensure this growth happens with accountability, transparency, and equality. For Grand Bahama, we intend to launch targeted consumer education campaigns on contracts, loans, health services, housing, and fair pricing. We will deploy CPC agents on the island for quality control to reach remote and establish easy accessible complaint resolutions for building supplies and services rendered. Madam President, I intend to work closely with the team also from price control under the leadership of Mr. Rex Adley, as together we will tackle these issues together. Madam President, all of these efforts fall under the Affordable Bahamas Initiative mandated by this Davis administration, a bold, people-centered strategy designed to put power back in the hands of the Bahamian consumer. And, Madam President, let me be clear, none of this works without a strong, functioning, and fair marketplace. That's where the Consumer Protection Commission steps in. It is our role to ensure that when these policies take shape and are rolled out, the marketplace operates in lockstep with the people's interests. Consumer rights, Madam President, are not optional. They are essential. Madam President, let me repeat that. Consumer rights are not optional. They are essential. As also chairman of the Consumer Protection Commission, I know that these reforms lay the groundwork for even greater protections. But I want to assure the public that the Consumer Protection Unit, CPC, is hard at work. I am also happy to report, Madam President, that the Commission is on target to surpass its numbers of claims processed last year with a significant recovery rate. From January 1st to June 10th, 2025, the CPC, Madam President, has received 139 complaint reports. From this number, 22 were advice given to consumers, 10 were referrals to other agencies, and 107 were disputes between consumers and providers that fall under the CPC's remit. Madam President, the ever-capable CPC team has resolved some 45 matters to date, with about 62 still open and under investigation. So far for this year, the CPC has processed 206,391.86 in claims and have recouped, Madam President, 116,872.57, all refunded back in the pocket of consumers. Thanks to this Davis administration. This gives us a recovery rate, Madam President, of 56.63%. Most of these complaints that remain outstanding involves a number of timeshare and beauty aid disputes. But there has been significant decline in complaints against couriers, auto parts stores, and contractors. Madam President, what we are seeing is the more work we do, the more public is seeking out support to ensure they are not being taken advantage of by local sellers. We see this as a step in the right direction, and we are encouraged by the public's response to our efforts to continue to educate and update the general public on consumer protection matters. Now, while not every claim may be valid, every one of them has been heard. Some of the other complaints we often hear include overcharged goods, under-delivered orders, unfinished work, poor quality of work, poor customer service, services not rendered, expired items being sold and shipped to the family islands, damaged goods, hidden credit card charges, hidden restocking fees, duplicated charges, product damage during installation, and so much more. Madam President, the CPC team has to deal with irate customers and try to help them at their most frustrated times. Thank you. Madam President, I want to thank them for their hard work and dedication and publicly acknowledge them for their public service. Madam President, these persons include Vanessa Ferguson, Melissa Monroe, Khadijah Neely, Glenn Colebrook, Austina Knowles, Elva Thompson, Alfred Taylor, and Timothy Gibson. Madam President, again, I thank them for all that they do. They are the core of the results we are seeing at the CPC, and I am honored to serve as their chairman. Madam President, the CPC is currently expanding our secret shopper program, putting more employees out in the field, monitoring public consumer spaces, ensuring fair treatment, and household businesses, we are making sure they are accountable. We are doing this again along with the team from price control, and we are happy to be working on behalf of the Bahamian people. We are also working on along with the Trade Commission, a new mobile app that would make the services of the CPC accessible to the public. We are cracking down on the sale of expired goods, especially ensuring the quality of items being sent to the family islands are adequate. And while our government is reviewing the oversaturation and proliferation of liquor stores in the community, we are working closely with our sister agencies to ensure that stores aren't selling fake liquor that will make people sick. What is cheap is not always good. Madam President, we want businesses and consumers to be vigilant because we are watching and they will be penalized if found breaking the law. And Madam President, whilst I'm talking about cautions, sorry, no problem. And Madam President, while I'm talking about cautions, I want to put predatory lending institutions on guard that offer unsecured consumer loans at absurd and ridiculous rates. We are also watching you. You will not be allowed to go unchecked. I'm thankful that, my minister addressed some of this the other day in his contribution and talking about working along with the Securities Commission to make sure that, again, we safeguard the rights of consumers straight across the Bahamas. Madam President, the other day I was on Fish Fry, and I was talking to a good friend who was talking about wanting new clients for unsecured loans. I want to also put Bahamians on guard to be careful with these types of offers. Also concerning are the disadvantage to consumers by banks and lending institutions in the Bahamas. These include high interest rates on loans and credits, limited access to credit, excessive banking fees, lack of transparency, predatory lending practices, limited consumer protections. And I'm not only talking about Nassau. Madam President, the Bahamian people have been suffering for far too long at the hands of financial predators. To prevent predatory lending, and again, there are laws that govern it, in the Bahamas, it is essential to strengthen regulatory oversight, enhance financial literacy, and enforce transparent lending practices. There's a need to implement clear interest rate caps, mandate full disclosures of loans, terms, and closely monitor non-bank lenders. At the same time, Madam President, public education campaigns should empower consumers to make informed financial decisions and recognize exploitative lending. Madam President, I also want to touch base with my colleagues in housing, and, most times Bahamians, we have done an excellent job in putting Bahamians in home, Madam President. But we've seen that people get these mortgages for homes, but then they go and they finance furniture, Madam President. And Madam President, not calling names, but in some of these places, Madam President, they make more money off the financing than they do of actual furniture, Madam President. This is wrong, Madam President. And I'm thankful that our government, I'm thankful that we will look at ways that we can help Bahamians in every way, shape, or form, Madam President. There must be collaboration with the government, financial institutions, and civil society to build a fair and responsible lending environment that protects vulnerable individuals and support sustainable economic growth. Madam President, some of these lending agencies are taking advantage of the Bahamian people. Some loans have interest rates of up to 20%. And Madam President, this is wrong. The Bahamas presently lacks comprehensive statistics on predatory lending by non-bank lenders. But we know this is happening when we hear stories like my friend I saw at Fish Fry. We must help the most vulnerable in our society. And Madam President, I plan to be a change agent in my role as Consumer Protection Commissioner. We need to ensure that more data is available and more education initiatives are done to help our people. Madam President, we just don't want to regulate. We want to empower. Madam President, I notice how, we did such a good job in terms of even the debt ratio as it relates to the country, Madam President. This is the type of education and information that regular Bahamians need to ensure that they're not putting themselves in debt that, again, could possibly, destroy the future of things they want to do, Madam President. Madam President, we're expanding our outreach so that every Bahamian knows their rights, knows how to report wrongdoings, and feels confident that standing up for fairness. When consumers are protected, Madam President, and business are transparent, everybody wins. Madam President, we know that no government is perfect, and we are not claiming to be. We know we will not be able to solve all problems all at once, but we are giving Bahamians a clear sense of direction. This government has been consistent in its approach to offer relief and opportunities. Madam President, to the cabinet ministers of the Bahamas, to my colleagues, as a senator charged with advocating for the welfare of all Bahamian people, I am pleased to extend sincere thanks and appreciation to each member of the Davis administration. Your dedication, service continues to bring about real measurable change in the lives of everyday Bahamians, especially our consumers, who depend on affordable goods, reliable public service, and fair wages. To our Prime Minister, Philip Edward Davis, your leadership has been a catalyst for long overdue reform. Your administration's bold decision to increase the minimum wage and implement public sector salary adjustments have provided critical relief for workers across the Bahamas. These efforts have directly improved the financial standings of thousands of families and restored dignity to countless civil servants who have long labored without recognition. I also wish to extend, Madam President, appreciation to the Minister of Labor and Public Service, the Honorable Pierre Rolle, for your groundbreaking work in the regularization and promotion confirmations of long-serving public officers. Through your efforts, hundreds of civil servants have received long-deserving appointments, letters of promotion, and in increments, many for the first time in decades, Madam President. You deserve broad fairness. You brought fairness and structure back to the public service, and in doing so, improve morale, stability, and service delivery for the Bahamian people. I thank you, my sister. I commend Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism, Investment, and Aviation, the Honorable Chester Cooper, for expanding employment through tourism, growth, and revitalization investment across the nation. These efforts have not only boosted jobs, but have strengthened our economic resilience and service economy. To my minister, the Minister of Economic Affairs, Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides, thank you for championing cost of living relief and price regulations, and for launching reforms that support fair markets, consumer protection, and small business viability. To the Attorney General, my brother, Leo Ryan Pinder, Minister of Legal Affairs, thank you for prioritizing legal reform that promotes transparency and protects consumers and citizens alike. I acknowledge the Minister of Health and Wellness, the Honorable Michael Darville, for expanding health care across and moving us closer to universal coverage, improving affordability and trust in our public health system. To a Minister of Education, Technical and Vocational Training, the Honorable Glenys Hanna Martin, your reform in both formal and technical education empower the next generation and build stronger, more capable workforce for our country. I express deep appreciation to the Minister of Social Services, Information and Broadcasting, the Honorable Miles LaRoda, who supports program and upheld our most vulnerable population and ensured that dignity and compassion remain central to government assistance. I commend Minister of National Security, the Honorable Wayne Monroe, for strengthening crime prevention and targeting fraud efforts that protect the financial interests and safety of Bahamian consumers. To the Minister of Energy and Transport, the Honorable Jobert Colby Davis, your improvements to public transport system and your push for energy reform has created more affordable and reliable services for working Bahamians. To the Minister of Housing and Urban Renewal, the Honorable Keith Bell, your leadership in developing accessible and affordable housing gives Bahamian families the opportunity to own and safeguard a home. To the Minister of Works and Family Island Affairs, the Honorable Clay Sweeting, thank you for championing infrastructure expansion across Family Islands and ensuring that residents in every corner of the Bahamas are included in our national development. To the Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources, the Honorable Jumbo Campbell, your push to support local farmers and fishers is key to food security and consumers saving on healthy, homegrown options. I also thank the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg, for nurturing national pride and youth engagement, foundation to social cohort and responsible citizenship. To the Minister of Energy and Environment, Natural Resources, the Honorable Vaughn Miller, your advocacy for sustainable development ensures that environmental protection and consumer affordability go hand in hand. To Minister of Grand Bahama, the Honorable Ginger Moxie, your commitment to economic revitalization and community renewal is restoring vibrancy and opportunity to Grand Bahamian residents and businesses. And to the Minister of Immigration and National Insurance, the Honorable Alfred says, thank you for managing essential services that safeguard workers' rights and ensure equality access to benefits and protections. To each of you, through your respective ministries, have played a critical role in shaping a consumer environment that is fair, affordable, and secure, from wage increase and housing to health care and transportation. You directly improve the quality of life for all citizens. Let us continue to work side by side to build a Bahamas where hard work is rewarded, opportunity is equal, and no one is left behind. We have governed for the present and planned for the future. And one thing remains true. This country is in a far better place today than when the F&M was in office. Looking ahead. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Looking ahead, I'm excited for the future of full transformational growth for our national development. And I proudly, Madam President, I proudly support this bill. With this, I rest. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Randy Rolle, for your contribution. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour.
Wake up,
disruptive of your assignment. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, honorable senators, fellow Bahamians, good afternoon. Madam President, I want to begin by echoing the leader of government business in this chamber who opened this debate with such sincere gratitude. I thought he led off on a high note, expressing appreciation, which is truly deserved to so many people in our lives who make sacrifices every day so that we may be able to serve. And so I am compelled to do the same, to follow suit, and to express my heartfelt thanks, Madam President, to the people in my life who have lifted me up and encouraged me every step of the way, and who continue to do so. It's important to pause to say thank you, and that's something that we don't do often enough. And so, Madam President, standing here now, I'm filled with appreciation and humility as I reflect on the incredible support I've received since serving in this honorable Senate. First and foremost, I am grateful to my party and my leader for trusting me with the privilege of serving in this chamber. I do not take it for granted. I say this often. Our party has a deep bench, and there are countless persons who at any moment can step up and serve. And so to be one of the few, I count that a privilege and an honor. That's humbling, and I am forever grateful to my party. Madam President, to my family and friends for their belief in me, their patience through long days and late nights, and their constant encouragement. It means more than I could ever say, Madam President, because the reality is that as senators, as leaders, we miss out on a lot of life's moments elsewhere to be here and to serve our people. And of course, we'd have it no other way. But I am grateful to those who make those sacrifices. Madam President, continuing in Thanksgiving, I am appreciative to my employer for their understanding and flexibility, which has made it possible for me to be able to give my best in public service. And of course, to the F&M Seabreeze team, to the chairman, the entire executive team, and all of those foot soldiers in Seabreeze, Madam President, they deserve special mention. And I'll tell you why they deserve special mention, Madam President. Because this is a group of people, okay? I'm talking about committed, generous, with unwavering spirit. And they inspire me daily, Madam President. And here's why. Because they show up for work in Seabreeze, unpaid. They're not obligated. They're not on a payroll. They show up because they believe in the Bahamian dream, Madam President, and they believe that we can make a difference together, Madam President. And so I'm grateful to them. And Madam President, finally to the Bahamian people, continuing in Thanksgiving, thank you for the honor of allowing me to represent you and to speak on your behalf, to speak up and for you in this honorable place, and to serve with the utmost respect for the Constitution of our beloved Commonwealth of the Bahamas. To all of those persons out there, your kind words, constant encouragement, even your challenges have helped me grow along this journey, because public life is not always easy. But with the steadfast support of all of these incredible people, I am reminded every day why I do this work and why I'm so grateful to continue so doing. And Madam President, on that note of Thanksgiving, like I said, as the leader of government business started out, I thought I should pause and give a lesson on Thanksgiving to the executive chairman of BAIC, Madam President, who I heard brag about the multiplicity of spiny lobsters and the great haul this year. You know, because indeed, Madam President, there is lobster plentiful. And so I think that if we are going to continue in Thanksgiving, we ought to thank the then Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources, none other than the Honorable Michael C. Pintard, who in 2020, under the Fisheries Act, made it possible by stopping the sparing with tubes and air tanks, Madam President, because it's a fact. This isn't an opinion, it's a fact. that it takes spiny lobsters 4 to 6 years to mature. And so the harvest we're yielding, Madam President, has so much to do with the Minister of Agriculture. So I just want to pause and say thanks. How can I say thanks? How can I say thanks for the things they've done for us? Okay, the things for the spiny lobsters. Madam President,
Take credit for going stuffing.
on a more somber note, Madam President, we live this life, and life is given by God, and it's likewise sometimes taken away. And recently, Madam President, we've lost quite a few persons, some of whom I'd like to mention by name in this place. Starting with MCM, Joshua Sayers, former ambassador, and a list of formers, permanent secretary, the list goes on. But the one thing persons can say about him is that if you were in his company, if you were in his presence, you would never imagine his title, you would never imagine his distinguished career, because he maintained that humility that he was born with in Exuma. And so to his family, we express our sincere sympathy. We memorialized him at our headquarters today. And Madam President, his memory, the impact he's had on our party will continue to live on. And our MCM, Meritorious Council member, Fred Ramsey, a founding member of our party, also recently passed. And likewise, he's had an impact on the environment, the insurance industry, politics, and so many spheres of our society, Madam President. So to his family, we also say sympathy. Madam President, to Suzanne Smith, the wife of, well, to the family of Suzanne Smith, starting with her husband, former Member of Parliament Mike Smith, and her son and her daughter. Madam President, we extend our deepest condolences on her passing. And we thank the family because, like I start out saying, you know, the Suzanne Smiths of this world may never have their faces on posters, on lampposts across our country, but they're the ones who allow the Mike Smiths to exist. Those are the ones who quietly serve behind closed doors, who are the wind beneath the wings of the leaders and those out front. And so, you know, we may remember Mike Smith in a certain way, but we could never discount or minimize the contribution of his wife to national service by being that quiet support. And so sympathy to his family, on behalf of Rico and I actually, sympathy to the Smith family. And also to the family of matriarch Vernal Rolle. Madam President, I would like to extend sympathy. Matriarch Vernal Rolle from Seabreeze passed away, and families are never the same when they lose a special loved one. So, Madam President, on to the budget. I want to turn my attention very briefly to this projected budget surplus referred to by the Honorable Prime Minister in his budget communication, wherein he declared, for the very first time since independence, we have finally secured the achievement of a balanced budget, more than a balanced budget, a budget with a surplus. Madam President, the question before us, and the question that the Bahamian people are asking, and I'm talking about the everyday, ordinary Bahamian person, is this. What does this surplus truly mean for us? What does this mean for me? What does this mean for us? How does this declared balance on the government's books show up in our real, everyday lives, from sunrise to sunset? Are families going to feel this in their monthly budgets? Are household grocery bills going to go down, Madam President? Is the cost of living easing for the average citizen?
Yes.
Are parents breathing easier this summer without worry about school fees and uniforms and school bags and all of that for the new year in September?
Yes.
Because, Madam President, a surplus in spreadsheets means little if it is not felt in the homes and the hearts of the Bahamian people. Madam President, we all know what is happening. The pie has been baked. This administration says it's bigger than ever, and I could smell it now, coming hot out of the oven. But for most Bahamians, Madam President, they would be lucky if they get a cherry from off the top. Because, Madam President, while the slices are being served and served again to family, friends, and lovers of this administration, ordinary Bahamian people aren't getting anything but a piece of the cherry, the little topping that usually drops off as you're eating the pie. And ordinary Bahamian people deserve a bigger piece of the pie. They should not have to peep through the window and watch their leaders and their preferred people eating all of the pie. We need a bigger slice of the pie. Because why is it, Madam President, that ordinary Bahamian people are tightening their belts and trying to make ends meet, watching their dollars in this current economy, while the well-connected are loosening theirs, Madam President? It's like they're at a buffet where they had one too many things. And so their pants waist getting a little tight, so they have to loosen up a little bit to give their stomach room to breathe. But the average person isn't having that problem because the average person isn't eating endless supplies of food in this country. That's not how it works if you're not connected, because their reality is different, okay? And that is the disconnect with this budget, and that is why I'm here today, Madam President. Because across our communities, there's a strong and growing sense of insecurity. People do not feel safe, Madam President, not on our roads, not in their neighborhoods, not even in their homes. And too many of the most basic public services, those that any citizen in a modern society, 2025, should be able to count on, are not guaranteed. Madam President, I am a resident of New Providence, the most populated island in our country and home to the capital, Nassau. And yes, home to sea breeze. And yet, Madam President, for this island of nearly 300,000 people, there are only 2 functioning ambulances. 2, Madam President. 2. And understand that so many things can happen to persons across demographics that require ambulatory support, Madam President. So imagine being on New Providence with only 2 ambulances functioning. And Madam President, these are things that you read about in the newspaper. I saw it recently because our very own chairman and former health minister, Dr. Dwayne Sands, spoke about it. And, you know, you sit to your desk, you read the newspaper, and you say 2 ambulances, and then you turn the page. But, Madam President, one thing about health is that it's the great equalizer. And so, Madam President, the other evening when I got the call I didn't want, while waiting up as a mother for my daughter to get home, having gone out with her friends, when I got that call, Madam President, to come now to the scene, and I went to the scene, only to find my 19-year-old daughter in the front passenger seat, pinned in the vehicle, and a 19-year-old friend in the back, just bleeding profusely, Madam President. I dialed 911. This isn't anything that anyone is telling me. This is what I experienced. I dialed 911, Madam President, and I gave them all of the information about everything. I told them they needed to even send a fire truck because my daughter was pinned to the vehicle. And Madam President, I waited and waited. The fire truck came, and they assessed the situation. And then along with me, along with my husband, along with everyone else who was waiting, they waited and waited. And I called back, Madam President, any updates? No, we can't say an update because whatever. I called back again, Madam President. I called back again and again and again. And in fact, in those moments, the firemen explained to me what it's like to be on a scene with people bleeding out and having to sit there and wait for help and support, that my situation wasn't unique or uncommon in any way. 2 future, in fact, 3 young persons. The driver wasn't injured, but 3 young persons, the future of our country, all waiting an hour and a half to get an ambulance on a 21/7 island. And when I called back on one of the occasions and I asked, are you able to give an estimated time of arrival? Could you tell me what is happening? They admitted to me on the phone, ma'am, you have 2 ambulances. It's been a busy night. Multiple emergencies. In fact, that's even putting a strain on the private care system because they only had 1 ambulance available and you had to wait. So you're looking for 2 ambulances and you have to wait, okay? And this is where the surplus needs to be felt. Because at the end of the day, when you're sitting there waiting for an hour and a half, almost 2 hours, and then finally the fire truck could use the jaws of life to cut my daughter out, and then she could get on a stretcher, she and a friend, 2 ambulances, and they can get to the hospital. Madam President, I have to tell you, I am not a physician. But every moment counts at an emergency. Every single moment counts. And so the outcome of the situation, even in terms of crime and persons being murdered or charged with murder versus attempted murder, could have so much to do with our healthcare system, Madam President. Because in those moments, the weight and pain, I'm unable to even help my daughter. Because in our way, and I finally realized maybe I should call my friend who's a physician. She lived Coral Harbor far, and she got there. We still all waiting in an ambulance. But she said we cannot administer any medication or do anything because we don't know the situation when both of them get to the hospital. So we cannot even give them anything. So they're in pain. They're crying out. And Madam President, I have to tell you that I am grateful because she's alive. And yes, her arm might be fractured in 2 places, and she underwent surgery yesterday. But Madam President, she's alive. And in fact, what she experienced being pinned between the dashboard and the door is far less than what so many people are suffering while waiting on an ambulance. But Madam President, everyone in that moment is equally vulnerable. And we have to realize that at any minute, we could get a call on anything. And families are left to just pray that help will arrive in time. Okay, and if that's the situation here in the capital, imagine the dire conditions on our family islands. And so, Madam President, today I'm speaking not for Maxine, not for myself, not for my daughter, but I'm speaking from my experience for the people of this country, for the overworked Bahamian people, for those in kitchens all across the islands, serving up the best cooked food any country could provide, for the frustrated young people who are trying to find jobs and meaning, for the father on the night shift, for the child walking to school in the heat, for the artists and musicians who are waiting for their big break, for the woman in need of shelter, not tomorrow, Madam President, but tonight, and for those who are left wondering how they are going to make ends meet. I speak for them, Madam President, because I hear from them every single day, and I remain deeply connected to my community. I get stopped in the grocery line, and I listen to people share their stories. I get messaged on social media. Madam President, on these occasions, I offer advice, a prayer, and help to solve everyday problems. Because, Madam President, while we are being made to believe that we are headed towards prosperous times, that, I assure you, is not the general sentiment from many, many Bahamian people that I have encountered in the last almost 4 years that I have had the privilege of serving in public office. The budget surplus that the PM speaks of has to translate at a minimum, Madam President, to the safety of the Bahamian people, safety and enjoyment of our country, of our public spaces, safety for our women, safety for our children on their way to and from schools, safety for us all as we enjoy our birthright and the privilege of being here in the beautiful islands of our beloved Commonwealth. Because unless the safety and security of the Bahamian people are made a priority, we will all be forced to ask the most obvious questions. What surplus? And whose surplus is it anyway? Madam President, for many Bahamians, especially those living in small homes and tight spaces, and you know, Madam President, I often smile because so many persons in our country live in homes where you know when your neighbor is brushing their teeth. In fact, you know everything that goes down in your neighbor's house because that's how close you live to each other. And sometimes I think to myself, it's amazing how you could probably take about 300 of the average Bahamian homes and put them on some properties, and the deep contrast between life in our country. And yet still sometimes neighbors have dispute over situations when they live on acres and acres and acres of property. But there are people who live in small spaces, Madam President, and for those people, public parks and beaches, they aren't just spaces of leisure. They're essential spaces for their mental health, Madam President, for their physical well-being. and community connection. Because, Madam President, everyone isn't comfortable at home. Everyone doesn't have a deck they could go to. Everyone doesn't have a pool they could go sit out by. Some people need the park. And, Madam President, that's their reality. They don't live in a gated community with a tennis court or with access to a private gym or pools or clubhouses. So for thousands and thousands of families, the park down the road and the public beach or the basketball court is their one place to go and breathe, to gather, to relax after a long day's work. Madam President, it's the place where the children could run and play, because in their yard, you can't even take 2 steps sometimes. And that's the place where elders could go, Madam President, and just sit and think of times past. And Madam President, this is a basic function of any modern society. And in fact, it bothers me that elsewhere in the world, you have so many open spaces, so many green spaces with waterfalls in it, with walking trails properly maintained, with benches, with statues, birds singing, music piping. And Madam President, this is not too much to ask, because this is what we need for our mental health in our country. Fathers and mothers, they need open spaces where the stress of the week can lift. Even if only for a few hours, they could sit there, watch their kids play. And Madam President, I don't think it's too much to ask, especially with the budget surplus, for these spaces to be well maintained so that we could foster community pride and encourage positive interaction between neighbors, okay? Because, Madam President, I'm not again talking what I heard. I'm talking what I know. Because I know if you go to the beach and you want to leave and you want to run the water off your sand so you don't bring it in your car, the faucet often doesn't have a top for you to turn. If your child wants to go to the restroom, sometimes it's locked. If it is open, the toilets are just not in good condition. There isn't any tissue. Madam President, these are basic things. These aren't things that cost $400 million. These are things that cost minimum amount of money, Madam President. And so in order to be able to enjoy your space, if you put your child on a swing, Madam President, it deserves to have a seat on it. The slide should work. So how hard is it to maintain these public spaces that is so important? But instead we see public parks deteriorating across New Providence with broken equipment, unsafe restroom, and crumbling infrastructure and unclean environments. But yet, Madam President, the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority exceeded its 2024-25 budget by $7 million. And Madam President, after putting forth the argument for parks, because it's important for our mental health, for our well-being, it would be duplicitous of me to get on the Public Parks and Beaches Authority for exceeding their budget. Here's my concern, Madam President, is that $7 million over budget, but still no clean, safe public spaces for our people, or they need work. Imagine what we could have done with $7 million extra to beautify our islands. But I have to imagine, Madam President, because no one seems to be able to tell us, or they choose not to do so. So I have to imagine, and what I imagine, Madam President, is the installation of outdoor fitness equipment. Because if we install outdoor fitness equipment on 2 parks in each of the 39 constituencies across our Commonwealth, we would still have more than $1 million left over. And that's a fact. So, Madam President, in a country where we're plagued with non-communicable diseases, and we talk about our citizens, our residents needing to eat better, needing to stay active, that $7 million could have gone towards exercise equipment for all of the parks. But where did it go? And who will account for it? Did it simply vanish into thin air? Was the extra $7 million to put Wi-Fi on the parks that the F&M had already put Wi-Fi on before? What was the $7 million for? Is it too much to ask, Madam President, for accountability, for transparency? Safe and welcoming public spaces are not luxuries. They are the foundation of healthy, vibrant communities. And I'll tell you, it's summer. Summer is here, Madam President. And in the summer, people, when they cook their food, they don't want to eat that inside. I already say that some people's homes only so much square footage. So they want to pack that up and they want to take it to the beach and they want to have a good time. And Madam President, when they're done having a good time, ideally they want to put the waste in trash bins. That's not too much to ask. Imagine how many trash bins $7 million could have bought. Because I go to the beach, you have to walk, you looking, and you can't even see the trash bin. And when you finally see one in the distance, by the time you get to it, it's often full or overflowing. And what does that mean, Madam President? What does that mean for our marine life? What does that mean for our spiny lobsters? Because if we have been given by God the nation that we have, with so much beauty, so much wealth in our seas, the least we could do is protect it. Because when that plastic ring from the six-pack of sodas goes into the sea, because there's no trash to put it in, some turtle might get trapped in it. Some other sea creature, Madam President. And so with the $7 million surplus, I say more trash bins on the beaches and still more left over. That's what a surplus looks like for me when I go to the beach. It looks like a swing I could sit my child on and push her without being concerned about whether or not it'll collapse. Because we've had that tragedy before in our country, Madam President, right off Kemp Road. And my question is, since then, have we been more rigorous in inspecting the equipment and making sure everything is working right, functioning? Have we held our vendors to account? Is this extra $7 million, did this go into testing and safety equipment, Madam President? Where does $7 million go? Because this is a basic ask, Madam President, a basic ask. And in fact, Madam President, we talk about the environment, we talk about having trash bins in public spaces so that people, and mind you, Madam President, I want to encourage through you, through the chair, Bahamian citizens and residents to really take more pride in our environment, to take more pride in our country, and not to litter. Because whether or not the trash cans are there, and they ought to be there, and there ought to be more, you ought not to litter. And Madam President, not even just the beach. Okay, I digress for a moment, not even just the beach. But Madam President, people need to, exactly where I'm going, need to consider that right now with forest fires, with climate change, you should never be driving around deciding that your car that you just got clean, with the air freshener in it, the rims clean, and everything looking good with the armor all, is too good to keep the trash from what you just ate, the meal you consumed, or the beverage you drank. Because we have to understand, Madam President, that when we throw things at the side of the street, the cost, the disrepair, the possible fire, the broken glass, there's so many things, the roads, Madam President, that are at risk when we do these things. And so we have to take more pride in our community. In fact, the late MCM Fred Ramsey, who I talked about earlier, was big in the Bahamas National Pride Association. We have to take pride in our community and in our environment, Madam President, because this is our land to enjoy. And Madam President, just as I say, when you go to the beach and you eat your food and you drink and you want to put your stuff in the trash, you also want to swim to cool down, Madam President. And with the budget surplus and a nation of islands surrounded by sea, the beach isn't a luxury, it's where we go. That's our birthright. Who doesn't go to the beach? Madam President, that's our culture, that's our identity. That's a part of our everyday life for so many of us. Okay, and that is why people fly here from miles and miles away to just experience the beach, to enjoy the beach. And tourism is very important to us and to our economy. And Madam President, the beach should be safe for everyone. But right now we are failing our people because the government has failed to provide trained lifeguards on public beaches, Madam President. And it baffles me that an administration could find millions of dollars on all of the public beaches in all of the islands that are heavily populated. And even if we don't provide them every single day, Madam President, surely on public holidays, on weekends, and other high traffic times, we can have trained lifeguards present. Because, Madam President, the same way we could find millions of dollars for no-bid contracts, for celebrations, for ribbon cuttings, for travel, the basic safety of Bahamians and residents enjoying their own natural spaces, that can't be too much to ask, Madam President. The Bahamas ranks 4th in the region for unintentional drowning mortality. That's 6.4 deaths per 100,000 population, according to WHO. And that's a sobering statistic. because the sea is a vital part of our lives. Regrettably, some Bahamians cannot swim, but Madam President, whether you could swim or not, drowning, being able to swim does not exclude you from the possibility of drowning, Madam President. And so while we push and teach them to swim and we encourage them to go to the beach and use the spaces, we need to ensure that there are lifeguards in those spaces, Madam President, because even if you swim, and I just recently encouraged, Madam President, when I'm not in here, and when some of our senators who misbehave aren't encouraging me to get a little rowdy, I teach Sunday school, Madam President, and I teach children's church. And Madam President, I have to say to you that on Sunday past, Madam President, I decided to focus on this very topic. We started out from the biblical perspective, and I allowed the children to tell me about various stories in the Bible involving water, because God created water for us to enjoy. And they came up with all sorts of stuff. Jonah and the whale, baptism, parting the Red Sea, the rain. They just had, Noah and the ark. And they named so many stories, Madam President, that involved water. And then I used the American Red Cross Society teaching guide and, all of their tools, all of their PowerPoints and videos and handouts to really remind our children of some basic safety rules. Swimming with a buddy, not running near the water, following the rules, being careful, like playing with a ball in the water, because sometimes it goes out a little bit, you start to follow it, they're in trouble. Shouting for help, dialing 911. So we went through the whole gamut. And I explained to them that these rules are in place for them to be able to have fun and enjoy, not because adults want to cram their style. And we really went over it. And like I explained to them, so many things could happen for you to drown. You don't even have to be swimming. You could be walking past, you could accidentally fall in the water. So many things can happen, Madam President, okay? And so if we have a surplus in this budget, what we ought to fund is lifeguards, at least on our busiest beaches, Madam President, during weekends, public holidays, and peak hours. In fact, I recently met with a Bahamian aquatic safety professional, Madam President, by the name of Braven Burrows, and he is the CEO of OGI Limited, a company that he's been developing for more than 13 years. And I was able to sit with him and really discuss the cost and logistics of training, certification, and deployment of lifeguards on heavy populated public beaches. And Madam President, while this might be too late for those we've lost, it's not too late for those we can still save. And so, Madam President, if we truly have a surplus, and this is something that for years now I've been saying, we need lifeguards. It's important, okay? Because we live on an island. That's a basic. This isn't even rocket science, Madam President. This isn't even rocket science. This is literally basic, because there are public beaches that are unmanned, okay? So, Madam President, we can invest in life-saving measures for our people, our families, and our visitors. Because public beaches, Madam President, like public parks, must be safe, welcoming spaces for all Bahamians, Madam President. Madam President, it is mandatory. No, I care about the children. That's what. And wherever they are, that's me. Madam President, by law in our country, it is mandatory for children to attend school. We all know the law. And Madam President, for too many of our students, the simple act of getting to school each morning is a risk they should never have to face. Because in this capital, Madam President, we still do not have a reliable, safe, or even a free public bus system for our school children. On some of the islands we have it, but perhaps it's the time to consider in New Providence, where 300,000 people, live, and children wake up every morning before dawn to have to walk long distances on dangerous roads. And Madam President, I'm just saying to this administration, Madam President, that since exactly what I just said, it is on the family islands. Keep up. Now listen, Mr. Senator, Honorable Senator, I just said that they're on some of the islands, but that on our island where more than 300,000 people live, perhaps it's time to consider it. And Madam President, what I'm doing here is telling you what matters to me, because the people matter to me. The people matter to the Free National Movement. The people are our priority, Madam President. The people are the priority of our leader. And he said it. And so, Madam President, what I am suggesting to this administration is that since there's a projected surplus, here are some things you could do with it to have real impact on the lives of everyday Bahamians in our country, Madam President. Okay? And so, Madam President, these children wake up, they have to walk long distances, sometimes in the dark, most of the time in the heat, sometimes with no sidewalks and no protection. Thank goodness there are some sidewalks, Madam President. And along those roads, Madam President, may I ask the chair for some protection, Madam President?
Order. Senators.
I know. I'd like to be able to hear.
Order.
Thank you. Madam President, along these routes to go to school, there are far too many children, too many students who encounter harassment, danger, and predatory behavior, Madam President. Sometimes, as these children walk along the way, inappropriate comments are hurled at them, shouted at them from car windows. Men attempt to lure them in to catch a ride. They are threatened or intimidated by strangers, Madam President. It's a scary thing because if they have an after-school activity, God forbid, and they have to walk home and it's a little dark, they might not make it home, as we realized very recently. And so, Madam President, these aren't stories I'm telling. These are lived experiences of many young Bahamians. And any parent or teacher, Madam President, knows that this is true because I've spoken to the teachers. And so, Madam President, for our society to demand that our children attend school, we cannot just ignore the daily risks that they face getting there. Because if education is a right, Madam President, and it is, then safe, accessible transportation to school should also be a right. And it's time that we explore it on every island. And that's the thing, because I heard my good senators say that it's on some islands, but that's not what this budget is about, Madam President. This budget is about island by island by island. And so don't stop until all of the islands are impacted. That's right, even Bimini. So, Madam President, in other parts of the Bahamas, the Family Islands, we include public transportation. And sometimes, Madam President, it's provided. But even so, I have spoken to teachers and I've spoken to students because there are some places that are simply they don't have a bus route, Madam President. I could tell you Hannah Road, Faith Avenue South, Madam President, and the list goes on. Adriel, what bus was she supposed to catch if she went to Anatol? Okay? And so, Madam President, those are places where Adriel could catch a bus. She went to Anatol. She lived close by, but she still needed a bus that maybe didn't run. People on Han Road, people on Seabreeze Lane, there's so many people who are not serviced by the public transportation system that needs to be checked, and drivers with the license to service those routes need to be made to held account. But, Madam President, we're talking about keeping our children safe, Madam President. So if we truly have a surplus, should it not be a requirement that our government provide free, safe...
Order. Senators, we have a senator on the floor. Please be respectful to the senator who's speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. If we truly have a surplus, should it not be a requirement that our government provide free, safe, reliable public transportation for our students in the capital as well? Because there's a surplus, projected surplus. And I'm sure that Minister Alcides, being the good man that he is, would want to know that some of that surplus goes to good use in protecting our children. Because it's not a matter of fairness, Madam President, because I'll tell you, for a mother who has 3 children, and she has to get them to school each day and back home, that's $6 a day, Madam President, okay? And that's $30 a week. And in a month...
Senators.
Thank you, Madam President. What concerns me most is that I have the utmost respect for my colleagues and to know that the suggestion of providing reliable transportation for the children in our nation gets them ticking like this really concerns me, Madam President. But the point of the matter is, Madam President, that for a mother who has 3, 4 children, even to catch the bus, we might think that it's not a lot of money, but when you're on minimum wage each week, that money adds up. And so, Madam President, I am only suggesting that these are things that we consider and explore with our projected surplus. That's all I'm doing. I'm saying we have a projected surplus. Hey, you want to spend it? Let me tell you some ways that you could impact the ordinary Bahamian citizen and resident. So I'm just suggesting that. And yes, and stop borrowing and not giving out contracts without going through the proper procedures. That's another way. So thanks for suggesting that. Good, Senator. So, Madam President, I'll tell you, Madam President, in addition to that, we already acknowledge, the one thing I could say that this administration does agree on is that children need meals in order to function. They need healthy meals. They need something in their stomach. But here's the thing, Madam President. For children who go, well, first of all, I'll tell you, what we need to do is get to the point where we want to empower parents so that they have the resources and they need to get up in the morning and fix a meal and really, Madam President, serve their children, have morning devotions, and eat their grits before they leave home without having to go to school with their hand out. But, Madam President, beyond that, when we're talking about children and student safety, it's time that we look in our public school system across the Commonwealth, island by island, and ensure that there are pavilions where our students can have lunch, Madam President. Because, Madam President, it is very sad that in 2025, and I'm being serious, Madam President, that children are still purchasing food from vehicles in a country as wealthy as ours with a projected budget surplus. Because of constructing a pavilion and putting whether that's stalls on the perimeters so that the vendors could set up and the children can go and they can purchase the food, Madam President, that's a basic request for healthy consumption of meals, even watching what is served. These are basic stuff we could do with a surplus. Build pavilions at public schools so children can eat with dignity at lunch benches and purchase food from vendors in a proper way without from vendors in a proper way without buying out of the back of the car. Building independent schools, and that's the thing. I'm not even setting the goalpost too high. I'm not even though I'd love to see cafeterias. If we cannot afford cafeterias for all the schools, build lunch pavilions, do something. Because, Madam President, of course, especially with all the money and the projected surplus, because, Madam President, people in independent schools, they get to go to the caf, they get to stand on the line, they get to sit and consume their meals. So why should children in public school, what makes children who go to public school in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas any different from children who go to private schools in this country? There's no difference. And so, Madam President, they should be able to eat in a dignified way. That's not too much to ask. You have to go and get your food or get your breakfast and find somewhere to sit and eat. You should be able to, same way I talk about public spaces, you should be able to go outside, you should be able to eat. Not trying to find a little space under the tree, trying to sit here, trying to sit in your classroom. There should be a dedicated space. These are the things we do with projected budget surpluses, Madam President, because that's what they deserve. So if we have a surplus, let's fix things for our children, Madam President. And Madam President, we all know, and we've heard it in here over and over again from multiple senators and from the chair, Madam President, because we know that domestic violence in this country paints a sobering picture. And that is exactly why sometimes we need to get to the park or the beach just to escape it all, to let the children run. And violence against women is widespread and often severe. And many survivors, Madam President, face significant barriers, including inadequate shelter options and under-resourced support systems. Now, Madam President, let's make this clear. One shelter would never do. And we are grateful for the NGOs, we are grateful for the private individuals and all the other persons. In fact, we are very grateful that the new domestic violence unit of the Royal Bahamas Police Force is operational. And people can go in a space that's, safe and secluded. They could be treated by persons who are properly trained to address them at their level, and they can stay for up to 24 hours. So we are happy about all the work being done and the advances being taken for private shelters. But Madam President, let's make one thing clear. This is the 4th consecutive budget of this administration where they promised the shelter. And I'll tell you, all I'm asking for is clarity. All the media have asked for time and time again is clarity on the shelter. In 2022, $500,000 was allocated for the construction of a women's shelter, Madam President. And like I said back then, and I continue to say, it was inadequate. Okay, but now that we have a budget surplus, perhaps that could go up to $7 million to match the overspend by beaches and parks. Madam President, since then, this government has spent far more on so many things. In fact, on celebration, we're approaching our 52nd independence, and we still don't have accounting for the 50th. But Madam President, women remain unprotected in this country. 4 budget cycles later, still no shelter, still no real clarity, okay? And we're tired of it, we're tired. We don't want another announcement, Madam President. We want confirmation that women are being housed by the government in the promised shelter. We want a government-operated shelter, open and fully functional. And we want to understand, like we've been asking. We don't need to know where the shelter is, Madam President, because I would never want to put domestic violence victims at risk. But we need to get some real information. How many, is there really the shelter? Because they say, oh yes, we have it. And I've heard it time and time again. First they said, we're going to build it. Then they said, we're going to buy it. Then they said, we have 2. Recently they said, up to last year, I have an editorial right here where it's just so many different accounts, so much different information in terms of where the shelter, when the shelter is going to come, and we cannot get details on the shelter. Now they say they have 2 shelters. But what are the details? How many people can it house? How long do they stay? Are you able to bring your children as well? Is there full-time staff there? Is there are there counseling rooms? Is it like, if these shelters, 4 budget cycles later, let's get some details. Because if the shelter really exists, it should be easy to get some details without too much specificity. And so, Madam President, we're tired of all the announcements and all of the, ribbon cutting. And, because the thing is, Madam President, I give right and due where due is. Okay? I don't like to oppose just for opposing's sake. I like to propose as well. And I like to compliment when this government does well. So, Madam President, I want to pause right now to commend this administration because nobody could throw a party like the PLP. Okay? We have to acknowledge what our shortcomings are on this side. We're all about business and this and that, but Madam President, when it comes to throwing a party, when it comes to cutting ribbon, launching stuff, putting shovels in the ground, taking pictures, smiling, arranging PR, y'all have it, Madam President. But Madam President, you know what the problem is? The problem, Madam President, is that all you have is visuals. Okay, Madam President? They love, let me tell you something. They employ everybody. The photographers, the videographers, they send for the ribbon. They get the big bow. They have the big scissors. And trust me, boy, RPM can smile. You just got to pull out the camera and he's ready to smile. But Madam President, what the challenge is, Madam President, is it's all optics on many fronts, Madam President. Just like the increase of the social services budget, it's one thing to have more money in your budget, but it's another thing to actually spend the money. Some, they leave it on the table. So, they say, oh, we announced more money. We increased this. We opened that. We launched that. We signed this. But what we need is action, tangible action, results. We need to see some results. Because all you do, you party over here, party over there. In fact, this administrator even has a national party planner. But, Madam President, we need to get things done, Madam President. We need to get things done, Madam President. And so when it comes to domestic violence, Madam President, every single day of delay, Madam President, or suffering for a woman trapped in violence is a day, a 24-hour period that is too long. And so, Madam President, while it's easy to tell victims to just leave, the real questions are, where should they go, Madam President, and with what resources? I see that recently social services opened a new office, and I'm grateful. that persons can be served in a more dignified space. But, Madam President, the complaints we hear coming out of social services often don't involve whether or not the chairs in the waiting room are comfortable. They often don't talk about what temperature it feels like the air conditioner was on when they walked inside. They talk about the service they received. They talk about the turnaround. And, Madam President, in this case, when it comes to the domestic violence shelter, when will we see some PR around that? When will we see that opening? They don't have to show where it is, okay? When will we see that? That's a promise. The one thing I could say about this administration, Madam President, is when they claim they promised something and they deliver on it, they want to tell everybody. And so why is it that we can't see the opening of the shelter, Madam President? All of a sudden they saying they don't want to open something? When since y'all don't want to open or cut a ribbon? Okay, ribbons got to cut. Ribbons got to cut. Left, right, center, ribbons got to cut. Let's cut the ribbon on this domestic violence shelter, Madam President, 4 budget cycles later. It's too long that women have to sleep in their homes and suffer and live with the monsters they live with, and that's a public health crisis. And the thing about it is, Madam President, before I was suggesting things that we could do with a projected budget surplus. That's not even what I'm doing right now. All I'm saying is that you all promised the shelter, deliver on the shelter. And you might say you deliver on it because we've heard so much over the past 4 budget cycles. And it's talk, rhetoric. Let us see the picture. Cut the ribbon. Do you not have to invite me? No. Just cut the ribbon. Let us know who's going to be housed, and I'll be very grateful. And I'll be silent. I know how to put my finger on my lips. I'm not too old. I haven't graduated from school that long ago. This is a basic human right. So let's just see it, Madam President. Let's know what's going on, because it's a test of our national conscience. When we could lay our head, Madam President, on our pillows at night and sleep comfortably on our silk sheets, Madam President. You know, I'm looking over there at the good senator. You know, have our little chamomile tea before we slip into bed, and we put on our comfortable bedroom slippers, and we just go to sleep. But, Madam President, oh yes, we might meditate, whatever our nighttime ritual is, Madam President. Because I'm hearing from these senators, some people might have their little skincare routine and things that they do. Some might have devotions, Madam President. Some people might, you know, they might say, hey Alexa, hey Siri, play some classical music. You know, play this. And then they just go to bed and we go to sleep. You see, and this is technology. See, technology wants to play it. So, Madam President, that might be how we live. But that's not how so many people live, Madam President. That's not how so many people live in our country. So, Madam President, as leaders, when we do our nighttime routine each night, Madam President, and as leaders, we deserve to get some rest because we have long days and long nights. But, Madam President, we must not forget that not every Bahamian is going to sleep in the comfort and the peace of mind that we are experiencing. Many women are trapped. Many men are trapped. Let's make that clear, okay? Because domestic violence is not gender specific. And so we need a government-run shelter, the one that was promised, and we need it open. We don't just need it. We need it open. We need it fully staffed. We need it ready to serve the most vulnerable in crisis. And so if we're celebrating a surplus, Madam President, then how in good conscience could we leave out the most vulnerable? How could we leave them without protection? If the surplus does not shelter the most vulnerable among us, then whose surplus is it really? Whose is it anyway, Madam President? So, Madam President, as this government, when it comes to this budget, continues to preside over rising inflation, increasing debt, and insider deals, Madam President, we need to focus on the ordinary people. And so, Madam President, while the ordinary people in our country count their little coins, try to make ends meet, you know what the administration is doing? Single source contracts, friends, $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million, to $415 million, Madam President. How in good conscience? And in fact, the Bahamian people aren't only counting coins, but those who can count dollars, Central Bank tells us 80% of them only could count up to 1,000 because that's all that's in their bank accounts. So, Madam President, the $415 million in single source contracts, $402.5 million added to our public debt, $300 million borrowed for a specialty hospital while PMH deteriorates. people, Madam President, are in the hallway, in the accident emergency section, waiting for service. And Madam President, in some cases, I'll tell you, I spoke to a physician who went in the private sector, not because they didn't want to help the people, but because it was too much to bear to know that you trained to serve and you didn't have the basic tools you need. There are theaters that are inoperable, equipment missing, and they're just basic Band-Aids, paper. What is the state of the current hospital? How could we, even the Bible says, you be faithful over this, and I'll make you rule over more. Okay? Madam President, even when in the parable in the scripture, when the master came back, he said, okay, you did well with this, I'll give you this. How could we go get another hospital, Madam President? How could we go and decide that we're going to open up a specialty hospital when we're not even, this administration is not adequately caring for the one that we have now? Okay, Madam President? Come on, Madam President. Okay, so when you speak of a balanced budget, okay, you speak of a balanced budget or projected surplus, okay, but you borrow and you put more burden on the people. Madam President, colleagues, fellow Bahamians, Madam President, let me close where I began, with the question of this so-called surplus. If there's truly a surplus, if we bake this great economic pie that the government celebrates, then surely, at the very least, that surplus should translate into basic needs to meet basic ordinary people's wishes, asking for safety, whether that is, Madam President, at beaches, wherever that is, Madam President. That's not too much to ask. That cannot be too much to ask. Not in our Commonwealth, our rich Commonwealth, Madam President. Not when you could decide you're giving out over $400 million in contracts to who you want to give them to. Forget the process. I'm going to give them to who I want to give them to. Okay, Madam President? And so this isn't too much to ask. And it disturbs me that the behavior even suggests that we think that safety for our women, safety for our children is too much to ask, Madam President. So, Madam President, what is a surplus, Madam President? What is a surplus if women still live in fear with nowhere to go? What is a surplus? Madam President, what is a surplus if our children must walk on our streets unsafely to get to school? Thank you, good Senator. Madam President, what is a surplus if our children don't have anywhere to eat their lunch in dignity at our public schools? What is a surplus if families at the beach, Madam President, must worry that one slip in the water could turn to tragedy with no lifeguard in sight? Madam President, what is a surplus if an injured person is left waiting, the clock ticking and ticking and ticking away because 2 ambulances are available on an island of hundreds of thousands of people? Madam President, what is a surplus if the people who work hard every single day cannot even find a safe, clean public space to restore their joy and peace of mind at the end of a long day? A net on the basketball court, swings that you could use, a slide on the slide, a restroom to go in, running water to rinse the sand off your feet. Then what is a surplus, Madam President? What is a surplus? In fact, Madam President, and Madam President, through you to the minister, take this projected surplus, because what is a surplus if senior doctors at PMH are still waiting on their incremental increases? What is a surplus if 400 teachers are still waiting to be paid? What is a surplus if the nurses are still in limbo? What is a surplus when customs and immigration officers are still waiting for long overdue promotions? The people, Madam President, need to feel the surplus. A surplus should mean progress, not delay, and definitely not excuses, for sure. So, Madam President, this is the true test of leadership. A surplus on paper means nothing if it does not protect the people, if it does not care for the vulnerable, if it does not make the daily lives of Bahamians safer, healthier, and more secure. That is the minimum we must expect from leadership. And so, Madam President, after nearly 4 years of service in this chamber, I want to leave this simple but urgent hope today for this particular budget that we project could be the last budget, because this may be the election budget. That one day soon, Madam President, every Bahamian, not just the well-connected, not just those who know someone who could make a call, who went to school with someone, who might be in a particular organization with someone, but the everyday, ordinary Bahamian can live in a country where their safety is guaranteed, where opportunity is shared and shared alike, where dignity is protected, and where leadership delivers not just for the few, Madam President, but for us all. Truly, for every island. And that's Grand Bahama, Abaco, Madam President. Thank you. That's Grand Bahama, Madam President, Abaco, Andros, Eleuthera, Bimini, Exuma, Cat Island, San Salvador, Madam President, Long Island, Maikwana, Inagua, Aucklands, Cricket Island, Ragged Island, Harbor Island, the Berry Islands, and beyond. Because when we build that kind of Bahamas, a Bahamas, Madam President, for all Bahamians, when we put the safety and dignity of the people first, only then can we truly move forward, upward, and onward together. Only then can we and will we create opportunities that are truly expanded, island by island. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour, for your contribution. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Dr. Eurecia Hepburn Forbes.
This is just a point of information.
Point of clarification. Point of clarification. Point.
Point of order. I just want you to know the social service. Are you providing? I'm going to give the point.
Order. Senator Eurecia Hepburn Forbes, what is the nature of your interruption, please?
It is just so, I guess Senator Maxine did not listen to the Minister of Social Service speech, and she asked about the shelters, and in his speech he would clearly, yes, that there was a tour, a private tour, because of course it is private and not to be public, with the newly launched unit, and thereafter ACP, I won't call the name, and their team who joined us at the tour of the facility. And you can ask the police if you think it's untrue.
Madam President,
Thank you, Senator Dr. Eurecia Hepburn. Yes,
I would
Senator
like
Maxine.
to rise
Seymour?
on a point of clarification. To say, Madam President, that what I said was that we needed open, fully operable, and we need specific details on what is able to accommodate. Even if we don't need to know where it is, we need to know when will it be opened. And I call for it to be open and operational, because like I said, tonight is a night too long, a 24-hour period too long, that a woman has to stay in an unsafe setting without being able to get access to this government-promised shelter. Four consecutive budgets later.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour. As many? 1 minute, please. 1 second. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the business of the Senate do sit beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Is there a
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate sits beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many hours in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The Senate will sit beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell.
Madam President, I feel extremely blessed to be standing on my feet to contribute to my fourth budget debate. I'm truly thankful to Almighty God for all his countless blessings. I wish to thank our distinguished Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis, for this opportunity to serve in his government. Madam President, before I go on, Madam President, I got some information from our honorable colleague, Darren Henfield, Senator Darren Henfield. He begged my excuse to leave and not be here for my presentation because he's on his way to the hospital to visit his father. So I encourage prayers from the Senate for the father of Senator Darren Henfield. Madam President, I wish to begin by extending happy belated Father's Day to all fathers and father figures across the Bahamas, especially the fathers here in the Senate and all those who have made positive deposits in my life. Madam President, my father, the late Fred Russell, was a great father who loved and provided for his family. Madam President, I also wish to congratulate all the 2025 graduates. Special recognition to all those who graduated from colleges, universities, technical institutions, as well as apprenticeship programs. It is my prayer that God will continue to pour his richest blessing on them. I also wish to offer joyful congratulations to my grandson, little Shamiko Dean Jr., who graduated from Central Christian Academy with 8 honors. Madam President, he's a true survivor who can never be counted out, and I am extremely proud of little Shamiko Jr. Madam President, yesterday, while going back to the hotel, Senator Turner and I met 4 teachers who were here with the hotel taking part in their union's AGM. They were Chantel Evans, Christianique Ingram, Clevette Brown, and Shanique Hart. And we met them going in. And I'll tell you a story. Later that evening, Senator Turner and I were having a little something to eat. And Miss Evans came in, and she ran and hugged the waiter. And she ran and hugged the waiter. Young fella. And they had a little exchange, and then they took a selfie. And when she went to her seat, the young man came over to Mr. Turner and I, and he said, I used to smoke dope in school. I used to gamble in school every day. I took a little knife in my pocket and got in trouble every day. He said, but that lady there, she never gave up on me. She ensured that I came to school every day, and she brought me to my graduation. Madam President, that story is a true Bahamian story that happens every day in this country, and we ought to commend our teachers. This is an ideal spot for me to get into the meat of my contribution. Madam President, upon coming into office and inheriting an economic mess, this Davis administration set out on an urgent mission to rescue, rebuild, and revitalize the economy. The administration committed to a plan that included 4 critical elements of a more comprehensive strategy that would contribute to salvaging the ship that had been run aground owing to a captain and his crew being unprepared to manage serious crisis. However, in came Captain Davis and his A-team, who were able to right the ship back to a more sustainable position. These 4 strategic plans were to grow the economy, reduce our spending, improve revenue collection, and find new source of revenue. Madam President, this administration, determined to prudently manage the Bahamian people's finance, they must include identifying and containing waste and duplication. One thing this government did not want to do was to make the same mistakes the previous F&M administration made, which was to engage in severe cost-cutting and austerity measures. We can all recall how so many families were inflicted with severe hardship, pain, layoffs, loss of home, and anxiety. In a total reversal of policy, this administration has demonstrated the resolve to improve the management of public revenue by doing a better job of collecting taxes from those who owed taxes and who had the means to pay, but appeared to have been privileged to exemption. And finally, Madam President, the administration agreed to pursue new source of revenue, which was necessary to diversify the public income streams. Madam President, we should all be proud of the consulting and sharing of this strategy with all the financial and investment communities, both locally and internationally, which enable our country and its partners to build mutual confidence, respect, and most of all, trust in our approach. And we ought to give a rousing rap on the tables for the great work our 2 senators who are for doing a remarkable job locally as well as internationally. In this regard, over $12 billion in foreign investment and being removed from the blacklist in record time and restoring the Bahamas' relationship, reputation, and respect across the world as a model for small developing states. Job well done, Senator Alquitas and Senator Pinder, along with your incredible teams. Madam President, all the positive development and prudent management strategies I have spoken of thus far are baseless if it doesn't impact the ordinary Bahamian and uplift the working class of the country. So let's take a closer look. Madam President, the result of our approach to recover, rebuild, and revolutionize speaks firmly to Prime Minister Philip Davis' administration capacity to deliver robust results on behalf of the Bahamian people. In record time, we've transformed our tourism industry from struggling to record-breaking. We have reduced unemployment from record high to 8.7 and falling, the lowest rate since 2008. This achievement reflects the thousands of Bahamian workers who have transitioned from unemployment to dignified, gainful employment. Our debt to GDP ratio has fallen from over 100% during the pandemic to 72.7% and continues to decline annually. Madam President, this fiscal turnaround did not just happen and did not just fall out of the sky and landed in our lap. It took compassion, teamwork, proper planning, belief in the Bahamian public, and steady leadership. The results are, it provided the foundation for sustainable investment in education, healthcare upgrades all across the country. And, you know, I was listening, Madam President, to dear Senator Seymour. And I just want to read one thing from Dr. Dowd. Not all. The Princess Margaret Hospital is the country's largest hospital, providing healthcare services for decades. This 72-year-old aging facility is more than a prominent hospital. It remains the training ground for many of our outstanding healthcare professionals and is home to the prestigious UWI School of Clinical Medicine and Research. At PMH, the long overdue expansion of the Accident and Emergency Department is now 90% complete and scheduled to be fully operational at the end of next month, which is July. All across the country, infrastructure development, such as roads, airports, docks, bridges, housing projects, and social programs providing compassionate relief to those who need it. We have approved over $12 billion in foreign investment, creating thousands of construction jobs and thousands of permanent jobs, while aligning our economy for sustained growth. We have focused keen attention on energy reform and introducing industries that diversifies our economic base. Madam President, this Davis administration has initiated infrastructure projects throughout the Family Islands, including airport upgrades in Cat Island, Exuma, Eleuthera, ultimately targeting improvement and expansion on 14 Family Islands, as well as Grand Bahama. This is what is called expanding opportunities island by island. Madam President, the Housing and New Day rent-to-own program are a breath of fresh air, especially when you consider the fact that the former F&M administration built no home, not one in 4.5 years. They will go down as the only administration in the modern Bahamas that did not build one house for a single Bahamian family. The National School Breakfast Program, which will reach the 1 million hot breakfast served mark, is scheduled to be introduced in every primary school in the country. Indeed, this is a compassionate blessing. The National Youth Guard is another first. Training of our young people of how to become first responders should the country be hit by any form of disaster. I have also heard that because of their skills, training, and discipline, more than 90% of the young people who complete the National Youth Guard program have quickly found gainful employment. More than 90%. Many of them are promised jobs even before they complete the program. This is what is expanding opportunities island by island. Madam President, we have increased our police force, defense force, correction officers, custom officers, and immigration officers by more than double what the former administration would have done. Madam President, more than double. Madam President, we are not beating our chests regarding these accomplishments. We know that there's still so much more work to be done, but the success and step-by-step, island-by-island progress speaks loud and clear. And I believe the Bahamian people understand that we are moving in the right direction and that this is not the time to make any changes in governance that will cause a stop, review, and cancel approach to the positive growth the nation is experiencing. Madam President, over the last 4 years now, this administration have been busy addressing the 4.5 years neglect of the Bahamian workers' agenda. When we assume office, labor relations appeared to have sustained irreparable damage. The previous administration went 4 years without signing a single industrial agreement. That simply means they did not attempt to solve any workers' problem for the thousands of employees by negotiating with their unions. Public and private sector workers face stagnant wages, while the cost of living increased and VAT went up by 60%. Union leaders reported frustration with the government's unwillingness to engage in meaningful negotiation. But now, they are trying to cozy up to the same unions they call the police on, that they barricade them from crossing Rawson Square. You remember? Yeah. While banging on the tables in Parliament. The same unions they did not allow to march or even motorcade on Labor Day. The same unions they treated as adversaries rather than their partners who simply wanted to bargain in good faith on behalf of their members. Madam President, the public service faced institutional challenges that threaten its effectiveness. And massive promotion backlog meant qualified public servants remain in positions below their skills and experience for years. While some suffered for decades, the hard-working Minister of Labor and Public Service, the Honorable Pierre Rolle, said in that other place that some people waited for over 20 years for their matters to be rectified by this administration. She said we are talking about basic promotions, HR matters, confirmations, and other issues that should be routine. She said that matters that ought to have been routine became a privilege, and that far too many public servants fell through the cracks. Some of them retired. Some even died without ever receiving the promotions and or confirmation they had earned. This is a crying shame, something this administration cannot and will never accept. Since coming to office, this PLP government immediately committed to repairing the institutional damage done by our predecessors by restoring dignity to our public servants. Madam President, this administration cleared well over 1,000 promotions. Over 1,000 promotions from the promotion backlog list, addressing cases that had languished for years without resolution. You know, when you promote, some 1,137 clerical public service staff. The result of that exercise was the government put some $18 million in their pockets. And simultaneously, hundreds of general promotions were processed. Still talking about how the prudent management of our finance impact the ordinary working Bahamian, island by island, Madam President. We increased public service pension payments, and we raised minimum wage, providing relief for retirees as well as those workers on the lowest pay scale. Madam President, just for the record, it should be emphasized that the last two minimum wage increase happened under a PLP administration. Moving, here are the numbers, moving from $150 to $210, and then from $210 to $260, a total of $110 per week, or 73% increase. That's expanding opportunities island by island, for fulfilling a promise outlined in our blueprint for change regarding creating opportunities for young people. The fact is, we have hired over 2,000 young people under the age of 35 into the public service since September 2021. Madam President, the administration has also promoted over 3,500 public servants during our first 3 years in office. These are Bahamians from across the country who are better able to take care of their family and in a more dignified way. Madam President, Prime Minister Davis promised on day one that he would operate a labor-friendly government. And today, unlike our predecessors, who signed 0 industrial agreements in 4.5 years, 0, this administration have signed some 56 industrial agreements in less than 4 years. These agreements have uplifted salaries and improved the terms and conditions for tens of thousands of public and private sector employees. This includes nurses who had worked without raises for years, and many did not receive their honorarium pay while providing valuable health care during the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam President, we had nurses like Behari Bain in Grand Bahama who paid the ultimate price with her life. So did several others. And it's sad to say the former administration turned their backs on them. These new agreements and paid benefits include the teachers who educate our children, police officers, defense force officers, immigration officers, and correctional officers, all men and women who keep our nation safe. These agreements place over $40 million in additional funds directly into the pockets of the public servants, helping families to pay mortgages, fund their children's education, and to build some savings for a future. Madam President, this administration believes that workers' rights are human rights. I'll say that again. This administration believes that workers' rights are human rights. That is why the transformation in labor relations goes above and beyond these 56 agreements. Once again, Madam President, I wish to congratulate the Labor Minister and our Labor Relations Unit, who has committed to maintaining quarterly meetings with workers and their representatives, approaching negotiation as an opportunity for real partnership rather than adversarial encounters like the F&M did. Madam President, I want to now focus my attention on Grand Bahama. Madam President, when we were voted into office, we met Grand Bahama on its knees. Tourism had basically come to a stop. Far too many businesses were closed. We had just come out of using tents as hospital. Building materials that should have been issued to residents who suffered devastating losses during Hurricane Dorian were left to sit and rot. The truth of the matter was the 5 MPs, the 5 F&M MPs, under them, very, 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 very little was happening on the island of Grand Bahama. Therefore, immediate compassionate relief was what the doctor ordered, and came the PLP. And Grand Bahama, headed by Minister Ginger Moxie, at that time the late Obadiah Hercules Wilchcomb, now the Honorable Kingsley Smith, Senator James Rolle Tyner, and yours truly, hit the ground running. Madam President, we knew unemployment was high, and with haste, Minister Moxie led the charge for the creation of the beautiful Grand Bahama project, providing jobs for over 500 unemployed residents to give them a hand up rather than a handout. We reinstated the sales orders for duty-free vehicles that the F&M had canceled. We also extended the sales order for building supplies and household appliances to assist Grand Bahama and Albacore residents. We championed the passing of the Evidence Amendment Act to finally bring closure to the families who had lost loved ones during the passage of Hurricane Dorian. Madam President, if we had not acted with compassion and passed that bill for those families in Grand Bahama and Albacore, they would have to wait until September of 2026 for closure. In addition to the urban home repair program, the Ministry for Grand Bahama launched the East Grand Bahama Revitalization Project to rebuild and repair homes destroyed by Hurricane Dorian in High Rock, Pelican Point, and McLeanstown, and restored government services to the area, including the administrators, residents, and local government, NIB, social services, and urban renewal. Remember, they had 5 MPs, and we have 2. They did nothing, and we have recovered our rebuilding, and is headed full steam ahead to revitalize our beautiful island. That is what expanding opportunities look like. Madam President, I want to say this like the young people. Big things are coming for Grand Bahama. The countdown is on. The countdown is on. In just 24 days, I repeat, in just 24 days, talk about now to throw a big party, Carnival Cruise Line is set to open its largest single development project anywhere in the world. I'm talking about the grand opening of Celebration Key Grand Bahama. Allow me to share some facts with the Bahamian people, because, you know, them fellas like to say things ain't happening. Firstly, let's talk about direct hires by Carnival. 6 Bahamian directors, 11 lead managers, 359 line staff, 15 entry-level managers. 21, manager 1. 6, manager 2. 2 professional temp. 38 supervisors. A grand total of 458. Listen to this, Mr. Attorney General. Only 4 are non-Bahamians.
And we training for that jobs.
And we training for those jobs. 74% are from Grand Bahama. Now, we ain't finished with Carnival, you know. Then there's the Grupo Anderson, Bahamas. This group is leading the food and beverage unit for Celebration Key. They have been hard at work recruiting and training Bahamians for every food and beverage position, including supervisory and management position. This recruitment is onboarding another 700 decent jobs for the people of Grand Bahama. Madam President, this is indeed a new, there's over 1,000 jobs, man. Madam President, this is indeed a new day for the people of Grand Bahama, and we will not give this F&M the opportunity to stop, review, and cancel. We are not going back there. Let's tell the book writer to continue writing and selling his book of politics. He's locked out, and the Bahamian people will keep him out.
Zero. No vote.
Madam President, families that were separated due to having to find work on different islands just to make ends meet are now back home, living under one roof. They experience a new day. I heard stories of a single mother of 5 having to leave her children, her 5 children, with family members and leave Grand Bahama to find work on another island. Today, that mother is employed at Celebration Key, living at home with her children. That is what compassionate leadership looks like. A few other key facts about Celebration. Like I said, they will open on the 19th of July. This is a $600 million investment. The Celebration Key will initially bring 2.2 million guests a year to the island and up to 4 million by 2028. Bahamians are poised to benefit from the wide variety of economic opportunities, with the majority of businesses being fully Bahamian-owned now. So far, 26 Bahamian companies have signed contracts to operate at Celebration Key, 18 of which are owned by Grand Bahamians. Madam President, let's finish up with Grand Bahama. There's over $3 billion in real investment at various stages of development happening now. Projects like the $827 million Grand Lucayan redevelopment, the $700 Celebration Key project, then there's the $665 million Grand Bahama shipyard expansion, which will allow them to lift the world's largest cruise ship out of the water. And I am told that the shipyard has already sent 2 squads of Bahamian to England to be properly trained in the new operations. After almost 20 years of closure, the Xanadu Beach Hotel has been sold, and the development project in the sum of $348 million is about to take off. Then there is the $210 million Freeport Health Campus. We have heard Dr. Darvel in the other place talk about all the positive upgrades and new medical services the hospital will offer residents in the northern Bahamas. Then there's the $100 million Royal Caribbean Cruise Line Harbor Cruise Port development, the $73 million Lebanon at South Riding Point project, the airport redevelopment, as well as the Bazaar and Royal Oasis acquisition are projects still in the development stage. However, we expect Minister Moxie, along with her cabinet colleagues, to upgrade those projects to a go within this budgetary period. Western Atlantic University School of Medicine is forecast to begin construction on phase 3 and 4 of their campus. Madam President, this budget also provides for the construction of a new and much-needed docks for the people of Waterkey and Swedenski. Madam President, projects soon to be completed on the island of Grand Bahama include Doctors Hospital flagship facility, exquisite yacht club and marina. That's the old and a former Running Moon Marina. Then there's the UB Nord campus. Phase 1 of the project is completed, and students are attending classes comfortably, while contractors are on schedule to complete phase 2 by the end of this year. Madam President, completed projects include the downtown revitalization project, inclusive of the Wynn building that houses Solomon's flagship store, Parliamentary registration, labor and public service, and the Grand Union building. Then there's the McLeanstown Primary School reopening, the Obadiah Hercules Wilcombe Complex opening, the 8 Mile Rock High School gym revitalization, the Doctors Hospital 8 Mile Rock opening, Heritage Park and Sunset Village restroom block building. Madam President, Grand Bahama. Grand Bahama is on the move.
Yes.
Real estate is on the rise in Grand Bahama.
Yes.
And Grand Bahama is now experiencing what we call traffic jams.
Good.
And if you don't believe me about real estate, and if you don't want to hear from me, here's what some of the leading real estate agencies are saying. H.G. Christie said, with major developments in motion and rising investor confidence, demand for Freeport real estate is accelerating. Freeport is growing. Build your legacy. Sal's Realty says, we've seen an uptick in sales. All our agents are busy in every level of the market. Keys Bahamas Realty indicates Grand Bahama has a challenge to create an opportunity for investment. A housing shortage driven by growing demand and limited supplies, and luxury real estate professional Creighton Moxie says, the interest in Grand Bahama has peaked, and we find ourselves servicing many more inquiries from local and international buyers. Sale prices are increasing, and inventory long on the market is now moving. There is a noticeable shortage in rentals, but increased demand with many people looking to move to the island as opportunities now exist. He went on to say that the energy on Grand Bahama is trending positively.
Yes.
Madam President, on the island of Grand Bahama, residents can clearly see, touch, and feel the impact of the Brave Davis economic strategy. It has borne fruits in the form of economic recovery, revitalization. It has reduced unemployment, improved finance for both employers and employees, and improved investor confidence in our island. And from where we've come from, Madam President, and where we are today, no one should have the nerve or the audacity to continue any form of doom and gloom talks about the island of Grand Bahama, especially those on the opposite side who had 5 and did nothing for the people of Grand Bahama. Those days are just about 4 years behind us, and we are not going back there. Madam President, I will now address Urban Renewal, Northern Bahamas. Let me begin by thanking the hard-working staff of the Urban Renewal Authority, Northern Bahamas, inclusive of all headquarters coordinators, Mr. Lloyd Grant, Mr. Henry Stubbs, Mr. Darren Sturb, Ms. Shanique Ferguson, Ms. Tanya Monroe, and Ms. Candice Adley, and all the other team members. I'd like to also recognize the 7 center managers, Chandaron Johnson, Deidre May Williams, Urella Clark, Kyla Knowles Tenner, Alicia Burrows, Evelyn Roberts, Mary Nan, and their magnificent teams who goes above and beyond to increase the happiness index of the most vulnerable among us every day. Special thanks to our incredible volunteers and all those who donate and or contribute in any way to the success of Urban Grand Bahama. Madam President, I would be negligent if I failed to congratulate our substantive minister, the Honorable Keith Bell, who have hit the ground working along with his Minister of State, the Honorable Lisa Rahming, to ensure that houses are being built, that rent-to-own units are being built for deserving Bahamians, and with the coordinated efforts of our co-chairs, the Right Honorable Algernon Allen and Dr. Diane Francis, along with Managing Director Stephen Deans, Urban has successfully transitioned from a commission to an authority. Urban Renewal Authority Grand Bahama has developed a comprehensive approach to community development through inclusive programs and strategic partnerships aimed at actively reshaping communities to be safer, healthier, and more reliant. The Urban Renewal Authority, URA, is a government-driven initiative dedicated to the social and physical revitalization of urban communities across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Established to address challenges within the inner cities and underdeveloped areas, the URA works in partnership with various stakeholders, including our lead partner, the police, as well as local government and community organizations to foster safe, healthier, and empowered community. The Urban Authority focuses on a holistic approach to urban development by implementing programs such as community policing walkabouts, social outreach and youth development, educational support and skills training, infrastructure maintenance and enhancement, citizens advisory committee through community empowerment. By conducting regular walkabouts, hosting outreach events, and facilitating direct engagement with residents, the URA strengthens civic responsibility, boasts community pride, and ensures that citizens' voices are heard in shaping their very community. The goal of the Urban Renewal Authority is to build stronger, more resilient communities through sustainable development, inclusive of governance, and improved quality of life for all residents. In Grand Bahama, Urban is committed to empowering urban communities through strategic outreach, collaborative partnership, and culturally grounded initiative. Our vision promotes dignity, inclusion, opportunities, and social justice across the island. Urban Renewal Authority Grand Bahama engagement highlights the following initiative, underscoring our commitment to inclusive development and a social progress across the island. Range of motion. This energizing event brings together senior citizens for a day of movement, wellness, and fellowship. Participants engage in light physical activities, social games, and wellness talks aimed at promoting healthier, active fellowship, combating isolation among older adults. On Grand Bahama, we hosted some 5 Mother's Day events this Mother's Day, which these events honor the loyal and nurturing mothers who continue to serve as the backbone of the families and communities. Organized by, everything was organized, including the food and beverage preparation and the service by the 7 centers on Grand Bahama. Then there was the Father's Day celebration. We had a wonderful breakfast. Fathers from across the island were honored with a special breakfast event that recognized their guidance, strength, vital role in the family and community life. The initiative aimed to uplift and celebrate fatherhood while encouraging positive male leadership in the community. Then we have clothing drives. I don't need to explain clothing drives. I want to talk about work that we would have done to support and provide help to persons living with disability throughout the island of Grand Bahama through targeted outreach. This includes distribution of essential supplies, meals, and care packages, ensuring that individuals with mobility or health challenges feel valued and are integrated into the broader community fabric. Then there was the Urban National Speech Competition, where Grand Bahama did extremely well. Then I want to talk about phenomenal, unique, remarkable, exquisite, acronym PURE, Girls Mentoring Club, hosted, the club hosted a girls empowerment seminar under the themes, Girl, You Got This. Girls from across the island were taught valuable lessons on self-care and self-love. Then we have what we call our health fair. In collaboration with Community Health Services, PHA, Doctors Hospital, Cancer Society, us too, Corporate Grand Bahama, and Urban CAC Committee members, Urban CAC Committee members, residents receive free eye, blood, glucose, dental, prostate, and rapid HIV/AIDS testing. Residents also donated blood at the blood drive. And the blood drive was phenomenal at both events, both healthcare, because you had residents, young men, sports players coming in and donating blood. You had, not so old individuals. It was just phenomenal to see how many persons came to give blood. And, our philosophy is give blood, save a life. And those residents also received educational talks by various doctors, as well as handouts regarding dietary concerns, cancer prevention, and the consistent doctor visits. In addition to these key achievements, the Urban Renewal Authority continues to expand its mission through a range of ongoing initiatives designed to address the evolving needs of urban communities, such as our marching band, youth choir, dance programs. All of those continue to make a mark on the island of Grand Bahama. 2 programs I wish to highlight. The Teenage Dad Initiative, tailored to support adolescents, young single fathers. We seek to provide education and responsible fatherhood counseling for those young men. Also, our agriculture, self-reliance, backyard farming. This program is led by several well-seasoned backyard farmers, and the program aims to teach families how to grow produce at home. It also encourages sustainable nutrition practices and community bonding. Madam Speaker, I will only mention our youth literacy program, school uniform and supply drives, Toastmaster speaking program, leadership training, the development of a state-of-the-art youth practice studio at our urban headquarters, the judicial partnership and rehabilitation program. Grand Bahama stands firm in its mission to serve the island urban population. In closing, Madam President, I've sat 2 days now, and listen to the other side preaching a doom and gloom sermon and attempting to downplay and criticize all the positive strategies, innovative programs, prudent management of our finance, and the creative ways in which this brave Davis administration have grown, diversified, and expand the nation's economy, island by island. But fortunately, the Bahamian people is not buying what they are selling. The fact is, this budget that has a surplus for the first time will transform our urban communities, continue to grow the economy, improve education and healthcare, support the workers' agenda, remedy legacy old problems, while providing hope and opportunities for our young people, women, and as well as the business community. Madam President, this administration is well on the way to shaping the most progressive, compassionate, innovative government in the history of the modern Bahamas. Building our country island by island must be considered a big deal. Madam President, I believe that the young people are seeing, touching, and feeling the benefits of this administration. So is the working class, the business community, as well as our religious and civic community. They are all convinced that the Honorable Philip Edward Davis administration is providing steady leadership with no island left behind. And now is not the time to go back to the days when a young Bahamian male child would be locked up for selling coconuts or going to the pump for water. Bahamian will not return to the days when building materials were allowed to sit and rot rather than distributing them to families who had lost everything in Hurricane Dorian. Bahamians will not go back to the days when nurses, teachers, custom officers, police officers, immigration officers, public servants were denied promotions and benefit payments at a time when they needed most. Bahamians are saying they love this budget. It's the people's budget. And I am delighted and very pleased to support this budget. Indeed, this is the Bahamian people time. The government will continue to be just in our dealings. We will love with kindness, and we will remain humble. And if we do these things, God, who has begun this great work in us, will bring it to completion. May God continue to bless this good government. May God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I support this budget.
As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Halkitis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the business of the Senate be suspended until Wednesday, the 25th of June, 2025 at 10 a.m. Sharp.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate is suspended until Wednesday, the 25th of June at 10 a.m. Sharp. As many are as in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The business of the Senate stands suspended until Wednesday, the 25th of June at 10 a.m. sharp.